didn't have a say in this. Not that I have a say in anything that happens in my life anymore, but except this pod, apparently.
Yeah, you get to dictate terms on the podcast.
Exactly.
I'm in position to negotiate, I guess.
You're too important. We don't do the end of year episode without you. So,
and this is your biggest draw, right?
Who else doesn't want to listen to
6 hours?
6 hour podcast where we go, hey man.
Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock tick faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock tick faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster. Living off borrowed time, the clock ticks faster.
Who's doing the intro?
I mean, you know, whatever. You take. Living Off Borrowed Time podcast, the only podcast that doesn't wholesale steal your idea. Oh, wait.
but what we will do is give you the only top 10 of the year list that actually waits until the year is over to give it to you. Purely because we want to be thorough, and not at all because we were delayed because one of our co-hosts...
Because the checks didn't cash. The checks didn't go through. They didn't clear.
We actually had to review Trav's list independently to make sure that he knows ball, but then we confirmed that he does know ball. So now we've allowed him back onto the list.
I had a very different list, but the check didn't clear, so now I have to be honest.
Well, if there's one thing one of our collectively held beliefs on this podcast is that you have to check it. So
exactly, in all caps.
Yes.
In all caps, I get. And you know what Trav did do, because he's such an ungrateful guest, is make one of us listen to Tom Macdonald.
Oh, okay. First of all, I'm gonna talk over you so you don't fucking spoil.
But only one.
Your segment. Second of all, you were supposed to fucking listen to that too.
And to be honest with you, I forgot.
How can we? You didn't listen to all the fucking clown rap albums either, if I recall. You bailed on that by the end.
I'm not sure, actually. Different podcast, but regardless.
I mean, the whole other
lovers' quarrel going on. I didn't know anything about.
All right. So,
you introduced this chestnut, Trav. You can't back up.
Anyway, Living Off Borrowed Time podcast, end of the year episode. You should know the deal by now. Killah, OptimalAudio on RYM, Patrique on RYM, and our frequent and always, in fact, I think every end of the year episode has had Travis Whitman, Traviud on RYM. I think you've been our guest for every end of the year episode, right?
Was there a 2015? Because 2016 to present.
We did this in 2015.
Yeah, 2015 we did not do that.
Our first year, actually.
Yeah, 17 onward is because 2016
ban got lifted. So.
Yeah. So 17 onward.
Anyway, so yeah, every year we get together for an exceedingly, sometimes excessive length of time to discuss the best and worst of the year. Much more the best than the worst. That's why we sequestered to the honorable mention, surprises, and disappointments episode that you've hopefully listened to before this one. So we basically we distill the worst, and goddamn was it the worst, down to just. All of us have one selection, essentially. Some of you might remember when we got a visit from COVID Santa last year, I believe it was. Last year was COVID Santa, or 2 years ago? I think last year was COVID Santa.
It was last year. It was a great gift to the end of a great year, for sure.
Oh, yeah. One of the best years in recent memory. We had COVID Santa. We had Glenn Danzig blessed us with his covers album, where he invoked Roy Orbison, which was for all of us. Billy Corgan did that great video where he dressed up like Missy Elliott in So Fly, The Rain, kind of, and did like all those the poses and shit, and did the world's worst 80s synth song. Logic. I don't know if we did one the year Supermarket came out, but Supermarket absolutely.
We did. Yeah.
Supermarket.
Yeah, we read excerpts from I read.
RIP the Supermarket episode, which lost to the ages, but
right. It was probably our most like auteur, driven episode. Honestly, we really gotten our literature bag for that one, just like Logic did.
Bag for that episode. I'll say that much. I mean, in terms of like a brown bag,
and we're in a grocery bag, yeah, a supermarket bag.
Right, Gutta would be proud.
A Bedrock style grocery bag. Like a Mad Dog Wild Irish Rose style grocery bag, which is really the only appropriate one for Supermarket. But I think we might have really...
A trash bag is what that album belongs.
I mean, well, shout out to Logic. He's finally upgraded to, mid. Yes, he's hit the ceiling of quality for him, which is mid. We won't really be discussing Logic on this episode, not even in the worst stuff section. We will save Travis's worst for last, though. So we're briefly going to touch on the worst because we're just going to hit it real quick. We're going to check it. So, Caleb, what was your worst of the year? Just very quick, if you have anything cool.
I think I pretty much covered it in the most disappointing segment. I don't have like a outright worst of the worst, but I do think that in terms of records that I absolutely regret listening to, I would say that some shit that I listened to recently, like fucking that album by Rex Orange County was definitely.
That album sucked. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we don't have to get into it, but like Harry Styles stopped making music.
Wallpaper.
We don't need that. What else was like bad? I mean, we talked about Joey, which I then listened to. I mean, it doesn't need worth repeating, but like no one needs to listen to Machine Gun Kelly. No one needs to listen to fucking Jack Harlow. No one needs to listen to whatever that Kim Petras album was doing.
Slut pop.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
know
what it was doing.
I don't know what happened to her, but it wasn't good. I think in terms of like worst, because I didn't listen to a guy that you guys listened to, was probably Machine Gun Kelly, just on principle. Like
I heard it.
The MG stuff is just like I get what he's doing, but much like what we're going to get to, it's very cynical and it's very much like targeted at people who were not around for, I mean, like you, for example, Caleb, who weren't really around for you were kind of around for like the fucking emo pop early 2000s shit, like that wave, but you were around enough to remember that it happened. Like he's literally, I feel like, targeting people who don't even know about like. Yeah, like,
people that my younger brother is 5-6 years younger than me. That generation of people, because they would have missed it.
That audience, it's bad. It's boring. It's.
Also, calling your album mainstream Sellout with a bunch of tomatoes being flung at you on the cover is not the funny haha joke that you think it is.
I mean, that's
a victim complex shit.
That's a zinger right up there with the Green Day marketing campaign for Father of All Motherfuckers. With the notes.
Where it's like, we're so edgy, we curse now.
We curse, and also no trap beats, no Swedish songwriters, no
Swedish songs.
Uncut rock.
Yeah, fucking nothing but punk rock and fake fucking London accent. And taking it back to the streets of Orange County like Billy Joe Armstrong. Yeah.
Shout out to Pat Finnerty and the What Makes a Song Stink podcast and his thing, because he did a whole special on MGK, and he even made his own band, a punk emo punk band, that actually has its own page and everything on Rate Your Music. It ended up getting its weight taken away because it was doing too well, as Sharifi does. It had too many fives. It was too good.
When Cardi's single comes out, is that going to lose its weighting? If it ever comes out. By the way, fuck you, Cardi, he's doing the shit again.
Yeah, he's doing it.
He's fucking doing it again.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Is he going to
build a staircase like Frank Ocean? Is he going to do that now? Like, same shit.
Look,
except Frank Ocean built a staircase. He at least gave us an ambient album at the end of it. Like, come on.
Look, I would welcome it. I would welcome a Cardi staircase video that led to a ambient masterclass.
But Party Staircase, as usual, is just going to lead to 3 years more of fucking promo that goes nowhere.
Right. It's going to be a staircase, and then like a year after, he's going to build another staircase, and then
Well, I mean, if it's like Whole Lotta Red, he's going to build the staircase, and then it's going to be a day before the staircase comes out, and then he's going to take a fucking sledgehammer to the staircase, and then build a new staircase in about 15 minutes, and ends up being really
the
good.
best fucking staircase is going to be fucked up, except there are going to be two assholes on there next to, like, walking up with you that you're going to yelling at you that you didn't invite, like DJ Academics.
Yes. Amazing that song, which is a perfect song, by the way, is like just has 30 seconds of DJ Academics in the beginning, just talking about what the album is going to do when it comes out or whatever the fuck.
It's like getting a trailer for the movie, like, or a 30-second clip for the movie, like the hour 15 mark of the movie just dropped in.
Exactly. And on the topic of DJ Academics, one of the worst people of any year, I think we have to segue into the bottom of the barrel for you guys in 2022.
Just real quick on mine. I was going to mention in the previous podcast, I said that there was going to be a returning champ and a new contender. The returning champ was Billy Corgan, once again, for Smashing Pumpkins. Just one song off their new album, because their new album is mostly just terribly boring. It's called ATUM, what Billy points to when he goes to the doctor. And ATUM. What he says when the doctor asks, what he points to and says when his doctor asks why his acid reflux is acting up, what his tummy hurts. It's mostly just a bad Muse album, which is pretty sad for Smashing Pumpkins. And he went around trying. He was doing the rap thing where he said it's a sequel to a bunch of albums people liked. Like he said, it's a sequel to Melancholy and Adore and Machina, and whatever. It's none of those things. It's boring crap. There's one song on it called Horrah where he goes giddy up a bunch of times, and it's really bad. But after listening to it sober and making you do it again, it's mostly just silly bad. It's hard to hate and say it's the worst of the year. Honestly, it's funny. It's just funny bad. It's like when he did that Swan song with a bunch of fucking exclamation points in it. Like, it would be fun to torture Rayward with. Shout out to Rayward, because I think it's like his nightmare. Like Billy being super happy, talking about being on the range and stuff. Like, but it's just silly. My worst of the year, although my worst of the year is Travis subjected me to, which we'll get to. But my worst of the year selection is it's not one release, it's the entirety of Snoop Dogg. All this year, what he's done in 2022.
Yeah.
This year, I had to hear this motherfucker on every podcast shilling Corona. When I went to the grocery store, I had to see a giant inflatable Snoop Dogg shilling Corona. I had to hear ads with him and Martha Stewart, shilling the idea of Martha Stewart, shilling his shitty wine. He put out 2 fucking albums, shilling NFTs. I think he did some shit with Wiz. He did a horrible song with Eminem. He resurrected Nate Dogg to do a song with Chris Brown called Turns Me On. All of this is dog shit. I remember the year started with like a Super Bowl performance where it was like all nostalgia from the 90s and early 2000s. I was like, okay, Snoop Dogg could do a nostalgia thing. He's not doing that. He's doing this hyper branding shit. He's still just like none of this music is good. The Eminem song's actively terrible. I 0.5'd it. It's probably more like a 1-star song, but it's like a 0.5 on principle. What I heard from the NFTs albums are exactly what you expect from a fucking Snoop Dogg NFT album. The only person I want to hear rapping to me about NFTs is Juicy J. Because he has something to say. He treats crypto like Bible study. That's a man who takes it seriously. But Snoop Dogg is just, he needs to go the fuck away. He's not going to, though. He's a cultural institution, and he's corny as fuck, and he's the opposite of like an old rapper aging gracefully. I think this is mainly a reaction to hearing one too many Snoop Dogg commercials. And it's honestly kind of a reaction to how little I go out of my way to hear bad music. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to listen to something that I know I'm not going to like unless I know it's going to be amusing, like COVID Santa or something. It's why I listened to that Smashing Pumpkins thing, because I thought there might be some, like, amusement value to it. But something like this Snoop Dogg shit, it's just like craven commercialism just shoved in my face. Like, I go to the grocery store and I have to hear it. I have to see it. And I just feel like the dude doesn't need to do any of this. He really doesn't. It's just greed. And it's fucking lame. And the music he's put, like, what was the last good Snoop album? Like, charitably mid-2000s? Charitably. Like, I like 7 Days of Funk with Damn Funk. I thought that was really good. But I feel like it's been a long time since he's been invested in doing anything.
Bush was okay?
Yeah, that was the one with Pharrell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty. but he did like a 2-hour gospel album after Jesus is King came out. Like, that's how addicted Snoop is to humping trend. He was like, man, that Jesus is King shit's popping in the streets. Let me put out a 2-hour gospel album. No. Just
that, like, nobody asked for.
No one really is like, I mean, if you want to pander to the Christian market, rappers have been doing that forever. But no one needed the 2-hour Snoop Dogg gospel album. Kind of like no one needed the Snoop Line reggae album. No one needed any Snoop genre excursion, like, except the funk one was cool. It was on Stone's Throw. But I mean, Snoop, but then again, Snoop, worked with Roger Troutman. Snoop's worked with, like, funk is actually a logical extension for Snoop. All this other shit just felt like dumb, like, fucking, I don't know, with some, like, varying degrees of commercial exploitation and just craven bullshit. Now at this point with the NFT stuff, like, any rapper doing NFT shit, except for Juicy, I'm giving Juicy a pass. I officially decided to give Juicy a pass. and on a sad aside, rest in peace to Gangsta Boo.
Yeah, I was about to find a way to get in. There's no easy way to segue into that because obviously we just.
It just didn't feel right to continue to mention.
My wife asked who that was, and I just was like, "What song do you know?" Baby and Mom. I played Love Again. By
the way, no offense, Trav, but that's like the last. Like that's. I mean, I'm not hating on the song per se, but it's just like fuck that. As a 3-6,
I was trying to be funny.
But I will say though, if you think the Love Again Gangsta Boo verse is bad or it ruins the song, you can't.
You're wrong.
You can't. Stop now. So
she's by far the best part of the song. Yeah.
Yes. Makes the song work. The song would not be good without her on it. So
yeah.
But yeah, so that was again, like kind of a weak choice, I guess, for worst of the year. But I got really fucking sick of, like, there's this one Corona ad Snoop does where it's like he's talking to the Corona like it's a producer, like, now hit me with the hook, playa, and like he snaps the Corona top and stuff. I had to hear this on every commercial break for Behind the Bastards for like 3 months. Drove me fucking nuts. Fuck you, Snoop. Like, retire, bitch. And obligatory Eminem retire, bitch, too. He didn't really do too much bad except for the Snoop song this year. Oh, he put out a really shitty greatest hits from his era with no hits.
Like that second Curtain Call album that Eminem put out?
Yeah, Curtain Call 2.
Yeah. With the worst album cover ever. It wasn't like boobs or something turned upside down.
It says like fart and boobs and like
I would expect nothing less.
Speaking of Eminem, Trav, I believe that the artists that you had me listen
quote unquote.
I'm really fan of them.
I could hear the air quotes from here, Pat.
Speaking of NFTs, he's such a big fan of Eminem that he bought an NFT beat from Eminem. Noted producer Marshall Mathers. Travis, why don't you tell us what you what your pick for the worst of the year is that you made me listen to?
Well, it was Muse, but then
Oh, that Muse album's funny.
It's hilarious. The first, the first couple songs on it are atrocious. I almost stopped it. I almost didn't make it, but then it got a little better.
Wait, I didn't even know they did. My last one was that Simulation Theory one. I didn't even know they did fucking a new one. This is how behind I am on rock these days,
It's not rock, it's Muse. Kind of like it's not
Muse.
TBO. Right. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
I mean, Muse is kind of the frozen pizza of rock.
It does sound like a frozen pizza commercial. Chilling with the boys. Oh my God! You blast that and get a Corona. Yeah.
Yeah, a Corona Light.
Jesus.
Well, it was crazy because there was a song on that album that like got bolded almost or something. Like people were really excited because it's like one all right song, and then after that it was like, oh no, it's just like the last Coldplay album that had like that one 10-minute prog song, and everyone got excited until they saw that BTS was on the.
Wait, that could not be more different.
They penned and like, oh no,
Gorillaz feature almost like Chris Martin and BTS. Like that could only be good on like Song Machine Volume 2. Like that's the only context I can imagine.
Can't wait. 2023, bless us. I can't wait for that album.
Damon Albarn, God, 2D God, bless us. with featuring Chris Martin, BTS, and I don't know, Johnny Marr. Like
Cracker Island. What a great fucking
Cracker
name.
Island. That's an awesome fucking song, by the way.
Yeah.
I love that song. But
oh, what a great name. Just change the band name.
Well, if it's Cracker Island, every single feature should be like Chris Martin, Matt Bellamy, Morrissey.
Or Tom Macdonald and Adam Calhoun. Could Damon Albarn turn Tom Macdonald into gold?
Could there be a Gorillaz context that can make these two fucking Cracker Pepperwoods sound good? I don't think so.
So I don't think so. I think Humans would sound like Demon Days if you included them on it. But, you know, what can I say? I had to do a transition. Jesus fucking Christ.
The transition took more effort and skill, more sincere than anything on this fucking dog shit, insincere, cynical, fucking 45-minute whiny hate speech.
It's so goddamn long.
Dude, it's I think this album was like 45 minutes. It felt like an hour and a half.
It felt like that Prince album that he dropped. Was it Emancipation? That was like fucking.
Except this album was the opposite of Emancipation. So.
Oh yeah, it was slavery. Oh my god. Oh my god.
They want to write slave on someone else's face.
No. Caleb's just sitting here like,
Getting Tom Macdonald has just got us off the fucking rails.
Well, you know, we kind of hyped this up.
Listen to it. You didn't. You had the opportunity to join this conversation.
100%.
You listened to it. You totally listened to it, right?
Yeah, you've opted out of the marketplace of ideas on this one.
I am truly not a prime time average Tom Macdonald marketplace of ideas enjoyer. You know, I'm on the sidelines. You know, with the other woke moralists.
He's an enlightened centrist.
He's a radical centrist.
No. Caleb is the spouse who's like, yeah, I totally read your short story, hon. Totally.
Right.
Like,
Caleb is my wife right now when I start going on about how much I love the other 10 albums that I'm going to talk about. Not true. There is one band on this list that I've actually seen live with her, so that she would act. So that actually only holds water for 9 of them. But anyway, this album fucking sucked. It's dog shit. There's nothing good about it, and I believe former friend of the pod, former guest, Too Broke to Care, Christian, CB the Dog, has written entirely 2 insightful reviews of Tom Macdonald, in which that they were more than just one of those AC2 ask to whatever how you pronounce it, like middle fingers or possibly a poop drawing, because that's really all this man deserves in terms of consideration, because it's such transparent fucking trolling and just like pandering that it really doesn't, like, it's the lowest effort shit post. But so what Chubo Care, I believe, said in his review is that there's a certain type of rapping, mostly done, not entirely, but mostly done by white people to try and sound impressive. And it's fast and it's aggressive. And
that's a mumble rap, basically, for a whole album.
It's mumble rap. Yeah, death to mumble rap. Exactly. That's what I thought of. Is death to mumble rap for a whole album. And this album is just like bad karaoke. Like I did a bunch. You assumed that I heard this album because I reviewed it.
I was wrong.
Barely heard any Tom Macdonald except for some videos from the knowledge podcast I listen to, Knowledge Fight server. Somebody in there is a Tom Macdonald aficionado, and they will send me all of his best
Put
videos.
that on his tombstone. That's all you need to know. Just
sarcastically in a
thank Christ. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and so they will send me some of his terrible videos to watch. So I've seen a few of his singles and stuff. And sometimes when something on RYM gets shit on, I will watch the video. I've seen singles. Otherwise, my reviews on RYM are all just, I see the title of his album, I come up with a pun based on the title, I write a shit post review, and I point 5-star it on principle.
Like you've heard White Boy, right? Like that song was written about you and me and Caleb.
That's right.
You're White Boy.
He triggered us with that.
Our pretty blue eyes, they really give us the license to say
Right.
whatever
Alternate title was My Fellow Aryans. Yeah, that was what it was.
So I think White Boy's hilarious, and there was a sequel to White Boy on this album, White Boys. Very clever.
There's
more than one now.
The very first one where it's the one where it has this. It's going to be a White Boy Summer line.
Yes.
That's I believe a call sign to white supremacists on the internet who want to commit spree violence. There's several of those on this album because this album's fucking cowardly and doesn't care about
one long dog whistle.
Doesn't care about any of its fucking dog whistles or coded language, which Tom is aware that he's doing. I don't know who this other fucker is, by the way. Half the time I can't tell who's rapping. They both rap in the same fucking irritating ass, migraine ass, fucking multi-syllabic. Although there are some songs that are like slow ballady ones. Anyway,
those are really bad.
Yeah, the acoustic or piano ones are just fucking. They're especially excruciating because they're twice as long, so they feel like they're 12 minutes instead of 6 minutes. But yeah, my joke review of it said something about like Watch the Throne, except for Proud Boys or some shit. I don't know. Like they're all just reviews like that. They're very low effort. But not as low effort as this album. But it's actually more like Bad Meets Evil, already a bad album, but just really cynically calibrated to appeal to like fucking 14-year-olds who wish they could like hip hop if it wasn't just for all the fucking slur.
Yeah. I mean, it's type beats. It's type beats, though.
Type fucking beats all over the place, and just in terms of it sucks all the soul, all the fun out of music, and the content is just. There are so many lines on it. Like, there's one line on it where he's like, "I hate white supremacy just as much as you," and the song before it or after is like, basically has a line that's basically, I'm paraphrasing here, and I'm not about to look this shit up. Where it's like, basically, are black people supposed to be our equals, or like when all the crimes are committed by black people, are they really our equals? There's essentially a line like that.
Yeah, there's a line about like, is it a coincidence or something? Is it white supremacy or whatever that all the people in prison are black? I was like, what the fuck?
He also has one line. Like, there are all these.
Are you questioning this for real?
It's such a fucking cowardly album because there are all these token lines where it's like, oh, I'm not for the left or the right. I'm not for Sleepy Joe or Creepy Joe or Crazy Donald. But how many lines does he have saying, I question the process. I question these voting machines. The election was stolen. But you're not for either side. Dog whistling. Fucking
it's white men are racist if they smear themselves with black paint, but if you put a dress on a man, then they're courageous or whatever fucking line.
Yeah, there's lots of transphobia.
Shit like that. Yeah, a lot of trans hate.
Common denominator. There's no fun in this music. It's music for hate rallies. It's specifically just so we'll do shit like this. Like, he'll probably fucking his fans.
He's gonna go jerk off to this too. It's just a real shame, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean for it to be like that. I just really want to highlight how fucking awesome. Because I actually have listened to a Tom Macdonald album all the way through, and I wouldn't say his music is usually racist and hateful. I would say typically his music panders to racist and hateful people, but normally it's like victim complex shit where he just jerks himself off about how like. People don't like him for whatever reason. Yeah,
yes. I agree with all those points. Like the song I'm thinking of with the video is called Clown World. It's a terrible, terrible video where he dresses up like a clown. Like Wyatt would hate this, by the way, because he's absolutely stealing Juggalo, like violent Jay and Shaggy do. Like he's got like essentially stealing fucking Juggalo tropes.
And this is a pro Juggalo podcast.
Oh, yeah.
I do get for sure.
I don't think we really need to reiterate that point, but yes, I mean, in case anyone's mistaken, we're 100% pro Juggalo on this podcast. We are not pro Tom Macdonald. So this fucking not Juggalo dressed up in like clown makeup is in a baby's crib. Like you're seeing this from the baby's perspective, by the way. You don't see the baby, and he's like he's sarcastically rapping about like what this is the world liberals want, essentially, about like everybody gets a trophy, when men in dresses and all these terrible, unthinkable horror shits. Like that's mainly what that is. It's like pandering to victim stuff. It's not outwardly dog whistling to like, violence and the way this album is. This felt like a real sea change for his music from what I'm used to, which is mainly just garden variety whining. And it kind of feels like representative of the overall overtly fash white supremacist turn. We're not going to talk about fucking Kanye, but
Yadolf.
I was a layup. You've been waiting for a long time to use that one.
I first saw that. Shout out to Gozy, G-O-Z. I saw that in his review. He did a revised review of Black Skinhead with about 30 really.
Oh God, that talk about a different context that song takes on.
Yeah, it
Jesus
does.
Christ.
But we're not.
No, we're not gonna talk about it.
Go ahead.
We are. I'm gonna draw a parallel that's gonna get this podcast in some trouble, and I love it. This album reminded me a little bit in its way where it started to cross some lines of another very successful collab album that came out this year. And that's Her Loss. In the sense that it took a lot of the toxic, gross misogyny of Drake to a higher level when he got his buddy around. And I gotta say, it kind of did the same thing with The Brave. We hadn't said the name of the album yet. Where all of a sudden our Canadian friend Tom Macdonald decided to say how he really felt in the company of his buddy Adam Calhoun, who, by the way, is one of those motherfuckers. You seen that mosaic of the little round pictures from Facebook of all the people taking selfies of themselves in their cars, and it's all white men. Adam Calhoun, yeah. And so it's like Adam Calhoun is in the middle, but slightly off to the left. Like one of those guys, they just pull him out, and then that's the guy that they put on the album. And that's kind of how I felt with Her Loss.
That's a really good comparison, actually, because we're not really trying to shade 21 with this one, actually, because I think 21 performed very well.
He carried that album as best he could.
As best he could, but I think Drake got jealous, and that's why as the album goes on,
Drake said, 21, can you do something for me? And he's like, all right. I guess I'll do my best.
But I think, to Trav's point, I think, he really wanted to impress 21 on that album, and his idea of impressing 21 on that album was to be more and more of a fucking weird incel creep as it went on.
That Hotline Bling vibe, but times 10.
Yeah, it's like Marvin's Room, but he just lost $1 million on a bad bet, so he's really pissed off when he's drunk.
Come on, I'm telling you, man. Ever since we did that episode, and I brought up the betting analogy and why that album was even made in the first place, it hasn't left my mind that there might be real truth behind that. I meant it as an offhanded joke, but now I've given it some serious consideration.
I mean, it lost in the title, maybe he's trying to tell us something. Maybe his law actually is,
he's projecting.
In the same day he lost all that money, and he had to Venmo the child support. That's a tough day.
Yeah.
We know who else is projecting is Tom Macdonald all over this album. He's just projecting his own insecurities and bullshit. Really doesn't deserve much more of our time. But if you want to say anything else about this,
you know what? It was a living hell, and because I think we kind of skipped our last two songs. I think the last couple of songs really make this album suck. It was already bad.
A couple of songs. I mean,
all of a sudden it's like, oh no, I may be a racist, I may be a piece of shit, but I'm also a piece of shit. So you should feel bad for me because I'm an alcoholic. Bro. And he's hit this one before too. Another one of the songs I heard is "I Don't Drink," which is I thought that would be his big crossover song because it's him doing Peep basically. Yeah.
It's like him doing emo, trying to do emo shit, except it's him doing Peep or Future, depending on which is fun to do a Future song about sobriety, but still it's trying to do either or because it's written in the Peep style of short, kind of emo popish songwriting, but he delivers it atonally Future vocals because that's all he can fucking sing. Except without charisma, like Future had. Because he has no fucking talent. I don't care about the fast rapping, the technical fast rapping shit.
Time it doesn't.
I mean, I'm not going to say that's a talent. Maybe it's I'm trying to think about talent and skill. I don't want to give this man any fucking credit because it's a learned ability. I'll give him learned ability that he can do a fucking 5th grade talent show shit. That's it.
Yeah.
He has not learned what fucking. It took Logic a while to learn this. Like
I mean,
you look at the fast
It's
rap.
what I like to call, look, mom, I can rap.
More or less, yeah. It's just very, and like there are going to be rappers on my list that have been accused of lyrical miracle type shit, and I feel like that's an unfair accusation, and they transcended it. So, and this is the exact, like, this is lyrical miracle shit. I mean, it's being put to hateful fucking ends, but this is the definition of it: just rapping fast and saying bullshit, rapping fast to impress you for the fact you're rapping fast and aggressive. This is hollow bullshit when it's not being hateful bullshit. Fuck Tom Macdonald. Fuck you. Fucking Canadian telling Americans how to live their life. He didn't say shit about the truckers either. Shouldn't he care about the truckers?
He didn't shout at Canada at all. He pretended to be an American. He cosplayed as an American, which, by the way, post, like, what, like 2015, 2016? Why would you do that to yourself?
You know who got him that opportunity? Diplo.
It all leads back to Diplo.
Go off, sis. I know you want to.
For 5-6 years, we've just been talking about it.
I'm just going to let that... No more comment is necessary. That's all I got. I'm going to leave it there. And that's all we have to say about this man. So, fuck it. Let's move on to actual shit worth talking about.
I have a hard out at 8, and I think we're going to do it. I think we can do it.
Yeah.
I think we can make it happen.
All right. Any honorable
3 hours.
mentions? Real quick. Any honorable mentions? I mean, we can mention them over the course of the episode if you like. Do you have anything you want to sneak in real quick that just missed your list, or do you want to just go right in?
I mean, I'll take the mantle real quick. We did honorable mentions. You can guys go listen to that episode.
Caleb needs to talk.
No,
he
I
hasn't
know.
talked in a while.
I know. Hold on. Let me cook for a second. I know what Pat is going to say to me. We did a whole episode. I understand that. Everybody go listen to that episode. We talked about a lot of good stuff. My one addition is the mic record is excellent, and I wanted to get that on record on the pod in case Pat or Trav had anything to say about it as well. But Mike album, fantastic, and as usual, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I listened to it. I really liked it. I don't have too much that I can only listen to it once, but I would say it's just better than Go up there with God Bless Your Hustle, one of his best. I also listened to Little Simz, as we mentioned that on the pod. Yep. I really, really liked that. I liked it better than sometimes I might be introvert. I thought it took some of the... I only listened to that once just today, actually. I thought the production on it was outstanding. I thought it took a lot of the clean stuff, like the orchestral stuff from sometime I might be introvert, and like employed it in like more like appealing ways, and then like outros and like kind of subtle ways as opposed to being like the primary focus. And I really liked the variety of flows. I like the variety of tones on it, like the mixing up the softer tracks with like the more melodic tracks with like harder stuff. I thought it was great. I thought it was a lot of the same, like Caleb said on the honorable mentions episode, hits a lot of the same thematic beats as the last album, but in a more interesting way to me. And getting rid of the skits really helped the flow of it, made it feel less long. Since we're just picking up what we didn't mention last week that we wanted to, I'm just going to say 2 artists that I really wish I talked about, but they put out a million fucking albums, and I think it'd be hard to do. And as I proved with the million Brian Granger entry, I'm really bad at doing that. Vic Spencer, as usual, put out a bunch of stuff, not quite as much as normal, but everything he put out was great. Put out a really good tape with Stu Banga's Impact, I Must Punch a Car Today, which I think is, in terms of fucking rapper acronyms, that's up there with those Gucci albums where he made Name the Colors. Really good abstract raps over hard, that's his most recent one, just like abstract raps over hard basic instrumentals, and as opposed to his more cloudy and jazz type instrumentals that he normally has been preferring lately. First one he did this year was with Dr. Mindbender. I honestly forget the name of it. Still something or other. I did not really prepare this part of it, obviously, but that's his first one this year. But the best one was Psychological Cheat Sheet 3 with August Fanon. Fanon's been on a fucking roll. One of my favorite Vic projects, easily. Highly recommended. Good entry point for him, too, because it's him talking about a big variety of stuff. Like some of his most personal tracks, some of his best smoking tracks, some of his funniest stuff, some of Fanon's just best instrumentals. Some, like, if you like Arm & Hammer, you'll like the instrumentals here. So really recommend that. Other artists I want to talk about, Killah Priest. Put out 2 of the I have not heard Mr. Universe with Jordan Riverbanks yet. I downloaded it, I have not heard it, but 2 albums, Horoscope and especially Mother, I think are really worth talking about. Horoscope is basically I think I talked about that on the mid-year, didn't I? I forget.
I believe so. Yeah, like we talked about Code Priest for a few minutes.
Yeah, we did. So and that was the only one he put out, and I think he put out the soup. Oh no, he may or may not have put out an EP. He puts out a million things, but Horoscope is basically kind of like him in that Wimbledon 1936. If you remember that track, Bag, sort of like character driven. It's like supposedly horrorcore, but it's just more him in like weird sci-fi abstract rapping over very doom but drumless type beats. Still by far the most interesting Wu related rapper going right now for the several years. Mother is one of the most emotionally devastating rap albums I've ever heard. Also one of the weirdest, also one of the darkest. Very hard to listen to more than a few times, but absolutely worth listening to. Staggering piece of fucking work. Maybe the only rap album I've ever heard that samples Grouper. Cannot recommend it enough. It will kill your mood, but it's definitely worth hearing. It just missed my top 10 once I remembered it, but it's one of those albums I can't front like I listened to more than a few times, and it has technical flaws, and it has one anti-vax line on it that's really hard for me to grapple with, but it's also like I didn't want to spend 35 minutes on air talking about how I'm whether weighing an anti-vax line versus it's a dude grieving his dying mother, but it's an album that's so good that it makes you like, I don't know. There's something different than that versus like fucking COVID Santa or like 50 Lloyd Banks anti-vax punchlines. There's an artistic gravity to him. There's like a gravity in the music and the emotion through the way he says that sort of stuff versus just hollow posturing. I don't know. That album hits different is all I'll say. And I highly recommend it if you haven't heard it. I mean, solely on a sonic level too. Like even forgetting like it's some of the most poetic rapping aside like from the stuff about his mother. There's like very abstract poetry on it too. But like even on just purely on production level, there's no other rap album sounds like that with the piano and the ambient samples. Like it's like Caretaker, Grouper, like really dissonant Apex stuff. So highly recommend that. So yeah, Vic Spencer, Killah Priest. Wish I talked about them more. Trav, you got anything?
Yeah, I guess real quick. I want to preface this by saying this is one of my favorite years of music in a very long time. Probably my favorite since 2016. I listened to it was incredible for me. I listened to well over 300 albums this year, and it wasn't a challenge. Like there was a week in February. I remember there was like 11 albums or something that I wanted to listen to in 1 week.
There was just like one day in August that like 7 albums dropped on Friday, like one after the other, just kept dropping.
Nuts.
An album, yeah.
Yeah, it was such a great year, and so, this is. I mean, I've just been so busy that I want to do a whole list as I usually do for radio music, but I'm actually going to only focus on maybe 5 or 10 projects. Probably all stuff that I'm going to talk about in this podcast, but I want to write about it very, very well rather than focus on the quantity. Part of that is just convenience and time, but also because I want to spend time on it. But I guess this will be a space I can say a few things that I really loved. Since you already talked about Lil Simz, I don't have to. I loved the Angel Olsen album. This is an album that, big time, it got very overlooked, I think, on radio music. It's very pure country, and that freaks some people out. But honestly, songwriting is still wonderful. Rich, honeyed production, just very beautiful, very traditional, incredible singing, just top-notch songwriting. I got to see her this tour with Julian Baker and Sharon Van Etten, and it was phenomenal. Very important album for me this year. It just missed my top 10. Beach House put out an excellent album this year. I do not need to talk about it because it's Beach House. If you like Beach House, listen to it. Yeah, listen to it. It's Beach House. If you like Beach House, 80 minutes of Beach House. It's great. But I don't need to talk about it.
I will
Smile.
Say is significantly better than the first 3 sides. That's all I'll say about it. All I'll say about the Beach House album, side 4 is significantly better than the first 3 sides.
Well, and that's great because people probably didn't hear that one because they heard the other EPs first. Yeah, give it a shot.
But I think all of it's great. But yeah, I feel like that the rollout was done. We talked about this a little bit. But yeah, I feel like the rollout was really dumb. They need to stop doing these fucking rollouts. They haven't done anyone any favors. I think at least, yeah, like I said this exact same thing before. Like, at least they tried to make it work thematically. But, yeah.
No. But it's, if you like Beach House, listen to it. Really enjoyed the Smiles album. I tried to get Pat to listen to that. He did review it.
I haven't reviewed it yet. That's you mean Radiohead?
Yeah,
Radiohead.
the new pseudo Radiohead album.
Right.
Who the fuck is the guy? Which guy's the not Radiohead guy in that? Or it's like Tom, Johnny, and who else?
Don't put me on the spot.
It's some guy from like I was about to say Talk, but that's not right. It's who the fuck is it? I don't remember. It's good. It's very good. I'll get to it. I didn't review it because I've only listened to it twice. I really liked it. I think we talked about this on the mid-year, actually, like briefly, because I only discovered of the mid-year. I was like, holy shit. Where I discovered, you told me about it, I was like, wait a minute, there's like a Radiohead. I think you
it was during the Kendrick project. It had just came out.
Somebody said
he's a fucking drummer. He's a fucking drummer from Sons of Kemet. And Melt Yourself Down.
That explains it. Yeah, I like it in the same way. I mean, I like it better than this, but it's the same sort of thing as Atoms for Peace, where it's sort of like a Radiohead album with like more driven, I don't want to say krautrocky percussion, but like sort of a different sort of pocket. And like I played it for my wife, who's the biggest Radiohead fan, much bigger Radiohead fan. Again, I've said that if we actually do a Radiohead episode, that would be the one time you ever hear my wife on air, because we had like in our original Kendrick episode or whatever, the one that didn't air, like we did like 20 minutes. Radiohead.
Yeah, we had a Radiohead discography discussion.
Yeah, and then she was like, I almost wanted to burst in and tell you guys how you were wrong about everything.
Pablo Honey #1, baby.
She like absolutely goes to the wall for Hail to the Thief is her favorite album. So
Ugh. Well, no, actually, it's grown on me. For a long time I thought that was like the middle child album that didn't quite work. But there's just something about the despondent, hopeless melancholy of that album that's grown on me over the years.
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah, life. Yeah.
It's weird how it almost seems like that was it was an underreaction to George Bush, but it was an overreaction to George Bush, but an underreaction to what would follow.
Yep. It works wonderfully now. But
it's also like everybody took it as a reaction to George Bush, but I don't think they were Tom Macdonald. I think they were reacting to everything, including their own country. Like, I don't think they were cosplaying as Americans there.
The George Bush era did not inspire a lot of great music, and it didn't inspire the best Radiohead album, but it did inspire a pretty good Radiohead album. So,
well, the thing about that is, the George Bush era inspired some pretty bad protest music, including my least favorite Nine Inch Nails album. So,
and it revived the corpse of Green Day.
It did, and I hate a lot of things about that album. I hate when it made Green Day, but I don't hate that album overall.
I revisited it, and the production kind of kills it for me. That like 2000s Brendan O'Brien era shit, it's rough, man. But you know what? Jesus of Suburbia, great song.
Jesus of Suburbia like the thing is, that dude, like, he loves him some soppy ass ballads, but Jesus of Suburbia, like, that's a pretty hard song to kill. And but yeah, he has no punch to his shit. And I mean, I listen to enough Pearl Jam to know fuck Brendan O'Brien. Dude sucks.
Oh, I know. I know. I was really into Brendan O'Brien, and then it wasn't Backspacer. It was the Avocado album or whatever. But oh man, they really made them sound like complete trash. It's just a rough era.
And I'm not gonna I think the last thing the listeners of this podcast, from either the people who listen to the Killah episodes with all the names I can't pronounce, or the old people who listen to the episodes that I do about people who rap real good about words, want to hear is people talk about Pearl Jam. So, but I have opinions.
Yeah, not really my area of expertise either, since it's been like, I don't know, like a long ass time since I ever listened to like a Pearl Jam song.
Vitalogy's real good, man.
That's the one that all the fans like. I know that, but out of like, because there's all the other like early ones are kind of divisive, right? I mean, as far as we want to get down that rabbit hole.
That's I don't know what Pearl Jam fans think. I also don't care.
I was gonna say, do we need
to ask? What was that Simpsons quote about whether or not divorced people eat crackers?
I don't know, Kurt, and frankly, I don't care. That's not.
I don't care. There we go. Simpsons reference. We needed one.
Pearl Jam's the Allied Triscuit of rock.
What was I saying? Oh, and I like Carly's album a lot.
we did talk about that. The Carly record.
That's a good one. I like
that.
That
glad you like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I arrived at that too. I was prepared to be let down, and then she came through for us.
She does what she does. And that stretch of bends into Western Wind. That one really gets me. There was a moment there I'm like, okay, I really like this album. And then from there it kind of rides out. It's great.
Yeah, it gets better as it goes. I was a little shaky at first, but I like B. I mean, we talked about this on the honorable mentions. I haven't listened to it since. I haven't had time. My life has no time for stuff, but yeah, I like Beach House better in album context. I think I'm gonna listen to it more in the spring and summer. Like it's just not a winter record. I don't think Carly really makes winter music, but it's hard for me to want to listen to her in the winter for whatever reason. A few songs aside, a few songs on like dedicated side B and emotion side B, I think can still play as winter songs like Come Back. But for the most part, I think her music just, I mean, there's
Roses maybe, Fever, yeah, like some stuff like that works. All that's kind of cold, but
Warm Blood, oddly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Title. Yeah, that's a good one for it. Trav, I wanted to ask you before we get into the top tens, since I know you've listened to this, and it didn't make my top 10, but it was around like 15 or so. The Break-Ins album, I'm a pretty big fan of it, which is kind of surprised me because I was kind of lukewarm on his previous stuff.
You and many others.
Yeah, I'm really fucking with it. And I know that I saw you leave a comment about it, like it wasn't all the way your thing, but so I wanted to know if you had any songs that stuck with you or any observations you took from it overall. I had to mention it on the pod.
One of my best friends is way in the hyper pop bag right now, which is funny because he's my age.
He's also like quite possibly 2 years too late, but that's a different discussion.
Another matter. I don't judge. There's a lot of stuff I listen to that's way out of date. So I hear a lot from him, but Break-In Sound was a little bit ahead. And I know that with this album, he definitely switched some stuff up. It reminded me a little bit of the Quadeca situation, where very much a not really all that beloved artist just all of a sudden puts out a project that's very expansive and ambitious. And of course, Rate Your Music falls all over themselves because they're like waiting, like, yes, it's coming, you know?
Right. That's Filthy Frank, right?
Well,
no,
yeah. Well, yeah, fuck. I mean, the thing with Joji is like, he'll always put out like 2, maybe 3 really great singles. And then the album comes out and you're like, ugh.
Just straight up mid. That mid pack.
Oh, and his
crazy.
Album. Oh my God. Can't even call that an album. It's like 20 minutes of just demos.
However, but isn't Danny Brown on one of the songs?
On the new one?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
I thought Danny Brown worked with him for some reason, but Quadeca.
On the Quadeca, yes.
Not Joji? Yeah.
I don't fuck with Quadeca either, but I understand why people fuck with him, I guess.
Yeah.
I just don't think he makes like actual songs.
Did you hear that album, the new one?
No.
It's so fucking weird with me because like I don't think any of these artists can sing. I think a lot of them are blessed with great production and they're reasonably talented songwriters, but they just aren't gifted vocalists. So that's kind of where I was with Break-Ins. But the thing with Break-Ins is like, god damn, there's some moments that are very promising, and I was very impressed with the composition of that record. The next one might be it. I'm gonna keep tuning in. That's where I'm at. It's a lot. Like it's hard for me to imagine someone listening to that album and loving every song. It covers a lot of ground, but
And
very
even
impressive.
and even as someone who does love the record, even within songs, it covers a lot of ground
Yeah, it's very ambitious.
from moment to moment. Yeah.
Worth a shot.
I will say that, you know, as is tradition, there was a certain critic that, you know, didn't love it, and there goes the rating. But anyway,
It'd be like that sometimes, yeah.
I thought, I mean, just quickly, I thought that Horace put it pretty well when he said in the comment box, Horace was talking about in the comment box that, you know, this is sort of like the Quadeca record in terms of the stylistic change up, except Breakins can like write actual songs, which is what I definitely agree with. I think that a song like 5G is the one that should get him like super popular. I think that's a phenomenal song. Like the ground that he covers throughout it, the production is amazing. And there's a number of like,
yeah,
Breakins has such good command of melody and like hooks, where it'll be like a hook and then a verse and then like a different hook in the same song. So I hear you on the, not only on, I think with this album, like he's really like arrived to me, because before I was like, this is cool, but it wasn't really sticking to me. But I was surprised by how much I liked it on first listen. And my good friends and I had a very similar experience where we just kept returning to certain songs until we were returning to damn near the whole album. So, love the record. Think it's really good, and glad that, you know, it seemed to catch on. And we'll see. Breakins is kind of an album that you referenced, you know, the hyper pop, like in air quotes, you know, genre earlier. A couple years ago, there were a lot of exciting artists in that scene, and it like splintered out into, some of them got signed by majors, and they started doing like mid-tier R&B pop stuff that was way different from what they used to do. Some of them went weirder and went the other way, like, you know, experimenting with a lot of different genres. And Breakins is an artist where he basically just built off his last project, where he stayed in this lane and just leveled up at what he was doing, in my opinion. So I thought it was like a cool exercise, and fucking with it a lot. So yeah,
one of my most hype releases of this year is whatever Jane Remover puts out next. This is
yeah, don't get the Jane Hive is strong. You know how I feel about Frailty. So and obviously
masterpiece. I love that album.
Oh my god, it's so good. So anyway.
Oh, and you're reminding me real quick, because you mentioned Horace. There's one album that we agreed on that no one else really fucked with that much. I think The Family by Brockhampton is a fucking great album, and fuck Anthony Fantano. I think that album is awesome, and I will defend that any day.
I really wanted to listen to it today, but I didn't get to it at work, and now I wish I had. I wanted to listen to both the quote air quotes last Brockhampton albums, and I didn't. I listened to Simz and I listened to Mike, but I did not listen to those two. I'm making a point to get to it. I've heard such wildly divergent things on. I don't care what Fantano thinks. Fuck him. But his opinion's less than irrelevant to me on a lot of things, but especially what he thinks about fucking Brockhampton and Kevin. I think The Family's super interesting sounding, honestly. Even though
I haven't heard it, but I didn't like TM at all. But
I didn't really either. So if that says anything, I don't want to spoil it if you guys haven't heard it, because you can't actually.
I know what the deal with it is. I know the general idea of it. I haven't heard the song. I haven't heard anything from it, but I know what like Kevin's doing.
Yeah, it's fucking Plastic Ono Band for Brockhampton. It's fascinating, and I think it's great art. I really do. I don't think all of it's executed that well, but like, there's enough quality to where, like, I would say about 2/3 of it is actually really well written. There's some filler, but over the course of the whole project, the emotion, the insight, it's very creative, and I think it's one of the most interesting things that Kevin's been attached to in a very long time. You look at an album like Roadrunner, and it's very confessional as well, and I think that's always been something that Brockhampton traded in. But with this album, there's no hiding from anything, and it has moments of real clarity, and I think that's what I listen to music for. So to me, I think if I'm doing honorable mentions, I got to mention that album because I think it got a really bad, really raw deal. And I think it's a great record. So I'll throw that one out there.
Yeah, I've been meaning to check for it. It's been slipping through the cracks. Didn't love Roadrunner. There were moments on it that I really thought were good. Like, it felt thrown together. Also had that worked for me. Ginger was something I hated at first, but eventually grew to like more than I disliked, even though I think there are terrible moments on it. Like, so I'm not entirely negative on later period Brockhampton. It's just all over the place. Like, what the fuck do you want from them? Like, honestly. So, and I kind of feel like I'm interested to hear what Kevin has to say on it in such a confessional album. Even though I felt Kevin's solo stuff to be again, like, what the fuck do you want? Like, I feel like it's.
Well, I didn't like Arizona Baby either. That's why I was kind of shocked by how much I liked this album. It's not even like I disliked it. It was just like very underwhelming following the other releases at the time. I don't know.
I mean, there were good singles, and then that was another one that was killed by the EP rollout, though. But although I felt like in the case it was something where you're still a contract obligation, and that was probably an easy way for him to get a bunch of releases out there. But the EP rollout shit. Now it's like a staggered single rollout thing. 'Cause, I feel like that's like a Spotify thing. I don't know, because they did it with like fucking Santa Gold's album, and it seems like every time now it's like, I don't know if it's an RYM thing though, where it's like single, and then EP with all the singles on it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh, they compile. Yeah. Well, that happened with Denzel Curry, right? With Taboo.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought Taboo was more of the EP shit though.
It was the EP. It was the EP.
Because his thing's like 3 acts.
He did a beach house.
Yeah, he did a beach house. Yeah, and he had a concept to hit in theory, because he always has a concept. I will share this with the audience, because the audience has let me down so many times in the past. I've asked the audience to do like other podcasts when they ask their audiences to come up with like, graphic design stuff. They'll do it, and I've asked for like, Conor Oberst on the cover instead of Soulja Slim on the Give It To Him Raw cover. I've asked for Shaggy 2 Dope on the Drake Nothing Was the Same cover. And now I'm asking for the Kendrick Lamar To Pimp a Butterfly cover, but instead of that, with Bebe's Kids instead of The Riot, and with in Comic Sans MS To Rent a Butterfly by Denzel Curry, written in crayon.
Need that.
I think the audience needs to start coming through with this. If you really want that Patreon content, this is what we need. So, because that's what that album deserves.
Yeah. Well, on that note, shall we transition to the top 10?
I don't think it's going to be in anybody's top 10. So.
No.
You're not hurting my feelings. I was very baffled by how much higher rated it was than a lot of albums that came out this year.
He was apparently
baffled.
Get a Grammy nomination on,
and he was such a fucking crybaby too. Oh man, did you guys not notice that I rapped about like the same stuff like Kendrick's been doing? Like, didn't you? Are you guys like, I don't know, deaf? Like, it's exactly the same, but better.
About the album that it's like it was Grammy bait rap. Like, give me my fucking Grammy rap. Like term paper. Like I wrote about my dead grandparent rap. Like, you have to give me an A.
I will not name names because Patrick and Trav definitely don't know who did this, but it is someone that we both know who from RYM, who on Twitter, because I follow them, said that the new Billy Woods record was the first album that he felt didn't sound like it was like a political science class. Which I have many questions, but
very bizarre take.
Very bizarre take. I would argue an anti-intellectual take, but we're gonna move on. The Denzel Curry album did sound like a college class. So.
Well, my thing with Denzel's always been like, I feel like he's trying way too hard to have a punchline after everything. Like, he's one of the guys who'll say something really, really like heartbreaking and then like drop a fucking Childish Gambino bar like right after it. And it's really disingenuous and annoying. And like, that's been what's held him back for me since like Imperial, which I fucking love Imperial. That's still my favorite thing he's ever done. But for whatever reason, he's more celebrated for the vastly more conceptual works, which I think get a little lost. but I didn't dislike the album, but I did also kind of feel like, oh,
I don't dislike it, but it's just such a fucking try. It is I hate the term try hard, but when I use it, it's a try hard album. It's trying real hard to have a lot of big highfalutin ambitions that it does not earn, or it's just not fun to listen to. It does not feel natural to him. It's not fun. It's just awkward, and it doesn't work for me. Like, and I feel like and again, I think his reaction to not getting nominated to a Grammy says volumes, because it's an album that desperately wanted to be nominated for a fucking Grammy.
Yeah. It's like Baby's first socially conscious album. And it was like, yeah, cool. Well, look, I can do jazz beats too, which we didn't doubt. Like, no.
Did a fucking Tiny Desk and shit with like jazz shit on it, I believe. And Unlocked had a remix album with like either Georgianne Muldrow or somebody on it. Unlocked was playing weird already.
Yeah.
Like,
I enjoyed Unlocked a lot, actually.
I enjoyed Unlocked a lot. Yeah, I think I have it in a 9. And I mean, I'll stand by like a lot of Denzel stuff. Like, I defended Taboo for a while until I was like, you've listened to it hard enough. It's like the corny lines really stand out.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, but anyway, I don't really want to harp on the Denzel thing. It's just I really wanted to use that as the cover art for something, and so somebody make that. I don't hate that album at all, but I've had no desire to really do it.
I was disappointed after Walk-In, because like Walk-In's fucking crazy, and then you listen to the album and it's like, where did that go?
I think Sanjuro is pretty cool too.
Yeah, the singles were great.
Yeah, no, Sanjuro is great. It sounds like a Fly Low beat. So it's not a Fly Low beat, I don't believe, but it sounds fun. It's really cool. So anyway,
as I try to transition to this top 10 because we have to get going.
Anyway, top 10 list. Caleb, go.
My number 10 is Blade and Echo 2K Crest.
One of my favorites by them. That was a really good album.
Yeah, and I know Patrick expressed his love for it in the mid-year as well. I mean, it's just great pop music. I mean, and very, very icy, so strangely good for this time of year. It has like an air of warmth to it on some of the songs, but for the most part, it's pretty, icy.
The Ice Dancer came through.
Yeah. Came through more than once too. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and one thing I love about it is the branching into the stylistic evolution of Blade over the near decade now, or decade plus, now, is like very fascinating to me that this album, there's not really every Blade record, I think, until this point, has had a song that I would be like, oh yeah, that's a banger, or like that slaps, or whatever, some basic like critique of this, or you're basically summing it up like that. But this is not that type of record at all. It's got a lot of falsetto on here. Obviously, Echo contributes, some of that to it.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful production. And, I mean, just The Flag Is Raised, Girls Want to Have Fun, even though that one's been out for a few years. But
I'm glad that made it onto an album, though.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I think Faust is, like, super cool. Obviously, those guys have, heavy, like, influences in when it comes to like punk and noise rock and things of that nature. Like they've made like a side project of it before, so it was cool to see like a lot of different genres come in, and the vocals are just so beautiful and the production so ethereal that like it's easy listening. It's a great album.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add on this one other than, it makes a lot of sense that an album with the man who did E,
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a total banger. I re-listened to E last week or the week before. I haven't heard it since 2019 or whatever.
It's amazing.
It's so cool. It's so fucking dark and fucking depressing, but it's very beautiful.
Yeah, well, when you really dive into
I was very struck by that album.
When you dive into those lyrics, even a song like Peroxide, which the first time I heard it years ago, I was so into it because of just the construction of the song. But then you actually read a little bit into it and you start picking up and you're like, man, I really shouldn't be like singing this. Like this is like very emotionally destroying stuff.
Calcium, those fucking lyrics.
Dude,
oh my god,
Calcium
dude.
Is so good.
Oh my god, yeah. So bringing that to Blade good things happened. I think Crest is definitely one of my favorite Blade projects, and maybe I'm gonna be like drain pilled here pretty soon. It's gonna happen, but by the time we do like the 2025,
right, you'll be all in. The top
I'll be all in.
Just be all Drain Gang records.
What you have to do is what I did. Is you have to listen to them all in like a 3 or 4 day span, and you'll just be like, that's like Drain, like getting a Drain IV essentially.
Going down the drain hole, yeah.
You
drip drain, yeah. You got drip drain.
You get the drain drip. You got straight drain drip. Yeah, I listened to this once or twice, and I loved it, and I never really came back to it, unfortunately. But I do still love it. Go listen again. And again, it's like Carly. It's like nice weather music because it's so. I mean, it's icy. I mean, you said it's for winter, and I think it would apply to that because all Drain Gang music does because of this production aesthetic. But I just feel like this is. I guess it's lyrically depressing, but there's something happy about these melodies to me. Again, it feels like happier era Blade to me.
Yeah, and I think that it works.
Saying compared to E, much happier than E's pretty fucking dark, so it feels much happier than E too. So
it is pretty remarkable that they are now in like their art pop bag, just compared to. I mean, not like Echo always had that kind of veneer. But Blade, especially, and even that Thai Boy record, which I would not call art pop, but he was definitely.
I would, and I think that's. I mean, I would say that's more. You're talking about the one that I really like, that everybody's surprised that I like, right?
No, not. You mean Tiger? I meant the newest Thai Boy album.
Oh, I'm trying.
Which was more, it was more like cloudy. It had some pop rap stuff in there. It had some R&B in there too, but I wouldn't. It wasn't on the same wavelength as this album, but I do see what you mean about Tiger. Yeah, Tiger has an art pop sheen to it a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, I just kind of, I guess, in that same vein.
Cool artwork. I will say that it's like Final Fantasy VII type shit with him and like behind the fence with the flowers and shit. That's life, right?
It just came out. Yeah. I will say it basically sounds like the album cover. That's like a good. I always admire albums that sound like the album cover. That one definitely does. So yeah, it's good. You should check it out.
I will check it out. Looks like Sophia reviewed it. So yeah, and Sophia and Chops wrote a lot about this shit. Chops got a very favorite review on it. Anyway, continue.
No, it's Crest is great. It's my number 10. It was a lot higher on my mid-year, but shit just happened where I was trying to be honest with myself how much I really listened to things this year. So I put it at 10. Still listen to it a lot. Obviously, we know how I feel about Drain. I'm always going to listen to what they have to put out. So love that album, and that's my number 10.
All right, I'll go with my number 10. It is The Yodfather by your old Droog.
Good one. Yeah.
So Droog put out a bunch of shit this year, and he was kind of shit on for putting out all these short projects, these short 17-minute. I guess ROAM considers them all albums. Yod Wave, First of all, the titles are amazing. Yod Wave, Yod Stewart, Yodney Danger Shield, The Yodfather, Yod Presents The Shining. And I liked all of them, but Yodfather stood out to me as the best. Yodney's very good too, by the way. The more you like old comedy, the more you'll like Yodney. But the thing about these projects that really stands out to me is Droog is a writer, the way he approaches stuff. This one, everything's labeled a freestyle, so but that's deceptive because, again, he's a writer, so everything's conceptual. And like his projects, like I'm just looking through stuff like, transportation is like stuff like conceptually written about like means of transportation and modes of transportation in the city. Jewelry is like Jewish concepts, and about the industry, there's a track on there that I think is very timely, actually, where he plays on the whole tropes about quote unquote Jews run the industry, which has a Kanye sample on it. Crew Toy Edition, my favorite album of his, and I feel like this is the second behind Crew Toy in terms of his pure rapping ability. He also put out a bunch of stuff with Fahim. You've heard the basketball album, right, Caleb? Yod Fahim?
Yes, yeah. I believe so, yeah.
Just keeping in one of the themes we had this year, I think we mentioned on the mid-year, is just tons of old basketball references. That was from last year, but
So basically, my point is that Droog always at time mentioned like it's like themes about like aging and time and everything. He always has like throughout his career is just focused on like big concepts. Like he's never always just been like a battle rapper, and like people have kind of clowned on him for being corny just because he always just somebody called him like the like Twitter's favorite Big Sean or like conscious Big Sean basically, which I thought was like a really mean concept, but a really mean insult. But I can see how people would say this because he really thinks about what he writes, but he tried like I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. He's so thought out, but he tries to rap, but he raps with such confidence that, but yet it's so thought out that it can be excessively thought out and come across as corny when he overthinks it. There's stuff on Spacebar that's like that. Yachtfather, I think, is the best of these because it has every line can be a double meaning, but it's still clever even when it's still clever. It's still dope even when you get it on the surface level. And I think that's part of the freestyle concept of it. And the beats are both weird and evocative of what they mention. Like you have like the Tony Touch freestyle kind of sounds like a radio, like early, like late 90s, early 2000s freestyle. Droogy Law is fucking awesome. That's him and Madlib. And it's all double meaning weed puns. 90 from the Line Part 3 is another in a series. I believe that's the Fahim beat on here. It's got a really cool, funny basketball. No, that's a Wino Willie, actually. That's a super woozy Wino Willie beat on it. Just good-ass writing, funny fucking lines that I won't mention because apparently Drew... shout out to Mercy Batu 7 on his great review because apparently if you quote Droog on the internet, he DMCA's you. He really will do what Mach said in the song and DMCA you for quoting his lyrics. Silly, silly fucking man. Great fucking rapper, though. But, like, fucking, I'm gonna quote some of this stuff. I love the game like a mother who's toxic, which is a diss on a rapper that I believe that he's compared to a lot. The line that gets quoted a lot, your bitch love the double meanings. What she met her for? Metaphor. Never met a rapper ill as me, stood out from the pack just like Lil B. I'm not just gonna quote all that shit.
That's a bar. That's a bar.
There's just like, yeah, I could read them. They don't sound nearly as good as when I do them, and I think that's probably why he gets mad because they sound much better when he says it. So it's just a fucking great album in 15 minutes. And I think that's another good thing about these albums, like EPs, I guess, but he doesn't call them EPs, they're albums, is that he's trying to challenge himself by coming off with these concepts in such short periods of time. And I think he succeeds every time out. For The Shining one's a little better or for worse. Like, I mean, a little hit or miss, I'm sorry. Got my cliches mixed up. But I think the last track on The Shining one is, and that's the last one of the year, and I think he really does like put a button on the concept where he has a line, I don't do it for y'all, I do it for me. He's really just writing to satisfy himself. He just loves to fucking write. It comes across most on this project, I think, which is very meta. They're freestyles, but they're written to sound like freestyles, with every line being a double meaning over these weird ass beats by like Sadu Gold, Wino Willie, Fahim, that sound both completely appropriate for him, evoke every era that gets mentioned with like Tony Touch. And he gets to rhyme over a fucking Madlib beat, one of his heroes. It's just super fun to listen to, and at 15 minutes you can repeat it over and over and over, and I have. So every Droog project this year was at least good. This and Yadni are some of his best, and this is better than Yadni. Highly fucking recommend it.
Well, I will put those on the list. I fell off with Droog this year, and it's my own fault, so I gotta hop on the train. I was way in a Yod wave at the beginning of the year. I really liked that album a lot.
That is a good. Yeah.
So, now all respect to Droog having a really incredibly prolific year and keeping the quality up.
So that's on to you for 10, Trev.
For 10, I'm going to say the new Destroyer album, Labyrinthitis. I don't know if Pat's heard this one.
I have. I heard it when it came out, and I've not listened to it since because, again, I've heard a lot of the shit I wanted to hear to it again in a lot of cases, and this is one of them. It was very, very good, though.
Yeah, I have not heard this. I heard the last couple, but unfortunately did not hear this one.
how can I describe this album? I guess what got people excited about this one is that it's very sonically dense. It's quote unquote more danceable, I guess, than a lot of what he's been doing the past couple of records. I didn't like Ken very much. I liked Have We Met very much, but kind of inconsistent. And what I liked about Labyrinthitis is that as a whole unit, this is probably the most consistent record he's put out since Kaput. You can put this on from front to back, and it flows gorgeously. I mean, this is such a beautifully produced album. I called it dense, and really when you take apart the different instruments and stuff, it is a little funkier. It has a little bit more low end to it. It's a very bassy record. I got to see it live, and I can confirm that was really the focus, is that it's definitely more of a dance-driven album than usual, and not in like a New Order-y kind of way like Ken was, but in a much more thick and I guess more modern kind of sound. I mean, this is a really beautiful sounding album. But on top of that, I think this is some of the most interesting and free-form lyricism that Dan Mahar has had in a while, to where you can't always point to exactly what he's talking about, and it works extremely well as a kind of free associative goo. He kind of puts on these songs. I mean, a song like June, which everybody celebrated, that was the one that like Pitchfork had like as one of the greatest songs of the year. I mean, he literally just breaks into poetry partway through the song, and it's not about the kind of things where he would write about with Have We Met, which were very personal. This is like with him, there's a lot of satire, there's a lot of political critique, but unlike some of his previous work, it doesn't feel like it's on the nose. It definitely works with the kind of danceable quality of the music, where it kind of fades into the background a little bit. And it works extremely well. It doesn't feel like it's extremely knowing. Like, you got a line like, what is that line? A snow angel is a fucking idiot, someone put in the snow, or something like that, which is a very Dan Mahar line. But other than the moments that really stand way out, it is much like his writing serves the songs in a way that I didn't feel like they did the last couple of records, where it's like, oh, I'm Dan Mahar, I gotta really be the forefront of this music. He definitely blends into his band. And I mean, songs like It's In Your Heart Now, which is one of my favorite songs of the year, are so patient, and they unfurl so carefully. And it's really cool to hear that again, because that happened a lot on Kaput, where you'd have a song like Suicide Demo for Kara Walker that was very patient, like 8 minutes, and they just kind of let it go. And by the end, it's in a completely different place than where it was at the start. It's a very adventurous album. It got a lot of praise. This is one that really brought some new fans to the fold. I would definitely say it's one of the best albums I heard this year, and I came back to it a lot more than I thought I would, because, it's something I saw live, so I definitely had more time to, focus on it than some other things. Like, oh, I got to listen to this in preparation for the show. But I did come back to it about 3 weeks ago when I was constructing my list. There's no way I couldn't talk about this album. So it definitely highly recommended for me.
I will listen to it again. I listened to it when it came out. I really liked it, and I haven't revisited it since, but I will check it out again because I did enjoy it when it came out. So.
All right, I guess I will hit my number 9 then. So my number 9 is Betrayed by Drippin' So Pretty, which I have talked up this artist for a while, but never done like a full official pod episode or deep dive on the pod. Although that might be coming at some point. But this is basically one of the remnants of the late 2010s, very late 2010s, like, emo rap scene that then, to me anyway, has been carrying the mantle in the wake of someone like Lil Peep's passing. Like, this is a torchbearer artist that has now gone through a metamorphosis and become someone that, like, no one is doing this shit better than Drippin' So Pretty right now. Like, this is not just stale retreads of what he was doing in 2018. or around that time, right after Pete passed, where he was doing a lot of like guitar-driven emo rap and things like that. He now will do like, he'll still have some of the ballads. He'll still do like harder songs. Now, of course, the songs might have like a little bit of rage influence in there as well. He's just super consistent, a very direct, but simultaneously poignant songwriter. And I think he's absolutely killing the game at a time when, emo rap, quote unquote, is not really like thriving. It's kind of found its way into other pockets of hip hop, but as a standalone scene, it doesn't really have like a flag bearer other than Drippin' So Pretty for me. Like, there's no one that is doing this shit better than him, and it's varied and it's unique, and it might range from project to project. He had like more of a straightforward rap project this year where he was, rapping over a lot of like rage beats. He's got one where he was doing, mostly guitar stuff. This one is kind of a hybrid, and I think it has some of his best songwriting on there. It's got some really cool, like, Midwest emo influences sprinkled in here and there as well. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of Driven So Pretty. Shout out to Ben, aka Created by Rejection. He's a fellow big fan as well. We go back and forth about Drip a lot. Also, shout out to the user Cherry Bracelets, ironically named after a Blade song. But yeah, I mean, this is a great album, and I think maybe his best project. Back from Hell was always my favorite of his, but this one is right up there with it. Super consistent, not very long. If you're into this sort of style, or maybe you haven't listened to it in a few years, definitely give Drippin' So Pretty a shot, because I think he's unique and one of the most consistent artists that are doing it right now, and he's basically the only like one in his lane who's really doing the shit. So that's my number 9.
I've never heard of this artist, not gonna lie. Dumb old man bias against the name. Was just thinking about how much my wife would make fun of me for listening to Drippin' So Pretty or Diamonds on My Dick.
Well, it's two very different artists, to be fair. I think he got his start doing like, he did a little bit of like stuff back in the day with like Nadarb and Tracy and people that were doing the emo rap stuff. He also has like a Tread tape from way back, but that's a different story. But yeah, really from like, he was doing stuff like Drag You Through My Hell, which years ago is what I first heard. But yeah, I mean, now over the last few years, I think he's really just come into his own.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to this.
That's the beauty of this list, because I didn't have anything to add, to Trav's last one. So, I think it's a great exercise. Why we do them.
Like under 6 hours if we have nothing to add to some of these.
No, it's a blessing. Thank you, Caleb. No, for real. Thank you for part of the reason that the emo rap scene kind of has faded out is that it got fucking ravaged by a lot of major losses. And that, is unfortunately built into the music at times. And it's just like, I have a lot of baggage with emo rap. And it's anyone who survived the scene and continues to mature and find new ways to express their lives, I think is a really great thing. And so I'm really keen to hear more of that. So
yeah, I mean, and the content, I think, I think he does a great job of blending the content. I mean, the song that put me on to him was a song about him overcoming like his previous heroin addiction or whatever. Yeah. So there's very, very personal, direct content in there, and then there's also like your more traditional, like, love or, sex song or whatever, like, just straightforward flexing, various different moods to it.
I mean, even we just talked about Blade. Like, I mean, even Blade, his content has changed a lot because he was able to stay around in the scene and live and thrive, and he's talking about his faith and spirituality and stuff more now, and you can hear it in the music, and it's really cool. Like, he's clearly in a better place than he was, and it's great when that happens. So it's cool to hear other artists being influenced too.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make light of the genre. I was just, talking shit.
Oh, no. I knew you weren't. I got you.
At least one of the artists on my list, you could say, has
using emo rap tropes at least, and there are plenty of rappers I listen to. I would say like Wiki for one, I think is pretty much an emo rapper for what he talks about, and so I'm not trying to shit on the genre by any means, be a cranky ass old man. Like I feel like there's plenty to offer in that genre. So, and I'm not just going to be like, oh, you have a dumb rap name, I'm not going to listen to you, even though that was what I was saying. But anyway.
No, I hear you both. So, Pat, your number 9?
Brian tier take that I have. All right. So, my number 9 was originally Metric Formentera.
Hey, I can talk about that.
Oh, shit. You can talk about that because I was going to say that it was originally that, but listening to it at work and in the interest of getting through the show, because I figured this is going to be later on your list, my number 9 is now Cities of Aviv, Man Plays the Horn.
Yeah, I have that very, very high.
I figured we would just talk about that later, but we can talk about the Metric album briefly.
Yeah.
I was looking through the Metric track list, and I was like, I can mainly talk about Doom Scroller for about 10 years, how much I love that fucking song. And I've listened to the album through a few times, and I can't really speak to other tracks on a track-by-track basis. Just how I think everything is really tightly written. I think it's really tightly composed. I think Emily's never sounded better. I think the album's just really crisply produced. I think it's one of the best things ever done. I think Doom Scroller is one of my top 5 songs of the year, one of the top 5 things she's ever done. I think that song is so fucking good. I think the whole album just has this really great, pervasive sense of like dread and doom and paranoia, but also overcoming that as it goes. But also just a really great propulsive energy. And it kind of blends their later like electronic sort of sounds that people didn't like on Pagans with like their earlier poppier Rilo Kiley type shit. More traditional, like it just feels like a synth, like another album I want to talk about actually right after this, a synthesis of earlier stuff that fans liked and later experimentation that they were a little lukewarm on.
Yep. Yeah, that for me was the thing too. Is I really didn't like Pagans in Vegas.
I like that album a lot. I like that album a lot,
yeah.
Actually. I like this a lot more. I wouldn't put Pagans in Vegas on any top 50 list, but I like that album a lot, and I thought it was very unfairly reviled. I could see, I won't say unfairly reviled because I can see why people didn't like it, but I thought I saw where they were going with that, and I enjoyed it. I didn't revisit it a ton. I didn't like it as as their best stuff, but I thought it was a success.
Well, looking back on it, I appreciate Metric for taking a lot of chances because there are plenty of bands in their scene that were, contemporaries of theirs and peers. They just kept making the same shit over and over again. Even as far back as Synthetica, which I thought was a lot weaker than Fantasies. My wife loves Synthetica. I thought it was disappointing.
But that might be her favorite of theirs. But
yeah, there's a lot to love about it. And with, Fantasies, this is a year for Metric where I really discovered them again, and I fell in love with them all over again. And they've been very important to me this year. I went back and listened to Fantasies and songs like Help 'Em Alive and Sick Muse and stuff like that. Like a major part of like undergrad and college for me. And revisiting them, it's like, oh my God, like thematically, these songs are actually fitting into my life right now. And so when Formentera came out, I was like, oh, is this going to kill the buzz? I thought this was a great example of an artist sort of aging gracefully and finding things they do well, and then mixing them with things that they did perhaps not so well, but then adjusting them to make them more effective. And I would say this is probably in their top 3 or 4 for me. I'm really into the early stuff, but I think as far as the later works, that I don't know, that maybe didn't quite hit me as hard. I thought Art of Doubt was really good. Actually, it was flawed, but I could see the vision. And now I think it came through.
Pagans, actually. Maybe I'm thinking of Art of Doubt. Because
Pagans in Vegas came out like 8 years ago, 7-8 years ago.
Maybe I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm getting them confused. I'm not.
Art of Doubt was good.
My wife's really into this band, and I was less into them. We saw them in 2008 at we talked about this on the live music episode. Yeah. But yeah, she's really into them. I've heard all their albums once. I've heard some more than once. I think Art of Doubt's the most recent one prior to this.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I think I was thinking of that when I was talking about Pagans and
solid album. Yeah.
Yeah. Pagans in Vegas was like, I liked it better, but it was not great. So I think I'm more lukewarm on Pagans in Vegas. I think when I was talking about Pagans in Vegas, I was more thinking of Art of Doubt because I thought that was their most recent. Now I was misremembering. Sorry. So
Yeah, I don't know. They've I think slowly come into their own again, into whatever this sound is, where they're implementing these electronic sounds in a very effective way, and they're taking chances on arrangements. Obviously, Doom Scroller.
Doom Scroller is so fucking good. I could talk about that song forever. That is like the epitome of that's very much what I think Sufjan was trying to do with a lot of stuff on the Ascension.
Yeah.
Like especially America, obviously 10-minute song based on America and everything, but like the multi-part arrangement, the build up, the coda, everything about it, the lyricism, the imagery, just fucking wonderful. Like it had me from the first second.
Yeah.
So yeah, but my actual number but this is not my actual number 9. Metric has been bumped to number 11 because in preparation for the show, because I knew you were going to have it very high, I really listened to Man Plays the Horn, which has been like in and out of my top 10, and there's no way it can't be in my top 10. I listened actually to the director's cut, which I recommend everybody, by the way, because it's like essentially got its own side B. It's called a director's cut. I think he's kind of trying to do like a sort of that lazy Nazi motherfucker Donda thing where it's just like you kind of content dumped it, except you didn't put the shit in the middle, but you can like kind of arrange the songs like at the end into the sequence, like Smoking on a Better Day Part 2 maybe. We can talk about that when we do it.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about it because I haven't heard the director's cut, so I'm glad someone did.
And I won't really, I mean, they're just really good bonus tracks at the end that probably don't just fit in at the end, but you should probably resequence them. You should listen to the director's cut. My number 9 is Cities of Eve, Man Plays the Horn. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
All right, Trav, it's all you.
My number 9, and I don't expect it'll be on anyone else's list based on how it went before. It's Mr. Morale.
Oh,
Big
interesting.
Steppers made number 9. And I guess for me, I guess it's probably surprising because I don't think any of us were overly complimentary of the record. In like the sense of like, oh, this is a fucking masterpiece. Like when we talked about it before in the May episode.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that much more to say. I'm trying to keep myself to like 3 minutes.
I think it grew on me a little to kind of offer a somewhat counter. It grew on me a little, but I'm more just I'm at the stage with it where I like it. I definitely don't love it, and I kind of just cherry pick a few songs from it, and that's my favorite. Like Father Time is an amazing song, and it was on my songs of the year list. So like I'll play that a lot in isolation, or I'll play the intro in isolation, stuff like that.
You know, there's a spot on my list, usually number 10, where last year was Donda, where there's an album that's very flawed that ended up being in my rotation so intensely that I couldn't not have it on there. This year, again, things move around because there's stuff I want to talk about more than others. Mr. Morale ended up number 9 because I just really needed to get that Destroyer take off. But for this one, Mr. Morale is by far my most played album of the year. All right. And I've obsessed over this album. I've looked over it over again. Kendrick being one of my favorite artists of all time. I didn't like this album that much at first, and that freaked me out. I'm like, what the fuck? How? And some of the takes I had initially, I mean, by the time we talked about it, I'd already lost a lot of the really negative connotations I had with the album. I thought it was really like fragmented at first, and I didn't really see the vision he was putting out. And over many listens, I actually think it's an incredibly well put together album. Thematically, I think it's beautiful. I think there's a really wonderful arc to this record in terms of how the development of his character takes place. And it's hard to really pick up on that because the album covers so much fucking ground that initially, you know, you go from United in Grief to N95 and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I what are you doing? Because this doesn't have the kind of consistency in terms of instrumentation where you go from Wesley's Theory to For Free and you're like, oh, well, this is crazy, but I get it. Like, I understand what is connecting these songs in terms of the instrumental choices. So it's like, okay, I can understand what this album's trying to do. It's like a celebration of the Black experience and culture through all these different samples and these guests. It's great. It's a little bit harder to listen to Mr. Morale and pull out what the theme of the album is, when musically it's kind of all over the place. And I would still say instrumentally and production wise, it's one of my least favorite Kendrick projects, probably my least favorite, just because of how fragmented it is. And some of the beat choices to me are a little safe. In terms of like Silent Hill, Rich Spirit, they're a little tight beatish. You know, I expect better from Kendrick than some of those choices. By and large, I think the album is beautifully produced. There's so many great chances taken on United Grief alone. I mean, it's got like 3 wonderful beats in it just by itself. The woozy, just top heavy, strange fucking beat of Father Time is so cool. Savior is almost overwhelming in how much content is in that song. It's extremely dark. It just hits you right in the mouth. It's like an even more angry nihilistic version of Element, which Element already was like a slap and a half, but like this is just darker and more aggressive and more just venomous. And I love how that fucking song sounds, and the content's there too. So you take the production aside, which I think is mostly great, and I especially love the different transitions of the piano parts and the tap dancing, which thematically is very effective. I think that works really well in terms of like, okay, this is the moment in the song where he's avoiding this content. So we're going to say, okay, he's using the tap dancing as an illustration of how he's experiencing these hard truths about himself. Lyrically, I think it's fucking great. I think this is one of the better Kendrick albums, actually, in terms of honesty, vulnerability. This is an album that I think we should all be very grateful to have, because in his position in the industry and in terms of what we expect from him, he more than stepped up to the plate and gave us something that we're not getting from anybody else in terms of the mainstream. Like, there are people, oh, you know, my life's hard. I'm sad. I have haters. I was depressed this week. You know, I lost someone who's close to me. It's relatable. I'm sorry, but like comparing the content of this album to like fucking anything Drake does that's confessional is a fucking farce, because this album is way beyond. I didn't need to know that he cheated on his wife. I don't need to know that shit. I don't need to know that he has I don't need to know his therapist's name, you know? We can talk about that. I don't need to know all the struggles he's having with his wife. All this stuff is stuff he voluntarily gave to illustrate his growth as a person. The specificity of this album is very special. And I think it could, I hope, mark a sea change. We already have the Earls of the world out here telling us about their lives, but this is a very specific position that Kendrick's in. And so to me, not only because this album fucking reflects so much of what I've experienced in the last couple of years, turning 30 and 31, and taking chances in your life and being like, oh, this might not work out, but I have to do something for myself because otherwise I'm not really living, which is what Mirror is about. But also just the insights that he has into his culture. Obviously, Mother I Sober is full of them. That's a fucking harrowing song. Not to mention that he brought Beth Gibbons back. I mean, there's so many wonderful things about this album, and it's been such a obsessive task for me to take it apart. I can't not have it in my top 10. But furthermore, I also really fucking enjoy it. And I hope that in this rant, I laid out why I enjoy it so much. I do think it's very compelling, and it's clearly meant a lot to people. I noticed that a lot of the reviewers who kind of were a little whatever about it were going to put it on their list. They're going to put it on their year-end list all of a sudden because it did have staying power. And I think the legacy of this album is one of honesty and vulnerability that wears very well on Kendrick. So to me, just a really, really fucking great album that just took a little bit of time for me. That's all I got to say on that.
I think you made a very compelling for it. Unfortunately, I can't say that I've really come back to it, but I will say that artistically, I do makes a really strong artistic statement. It's an auteur. Yeah, I cannot pronounce this word. Auteur album, as Caleb would probably like to say, because he's the Jonathan Rosenbaum of this podcast. But I do think only a singular artistic statement that really will speak to certain people and really will alienate others. It didn't alienate me. It just didn't speak to me. I think part of it is, like you said, our production-wise, it's one of his least interesting. There is stretches of it where it loses me. The features lose me. Lyrically, I disagree with you that I think he's particularly interesting on some stuff. I think other stuff, like, I think what he has to say about his culture and his family, yes, he's putting his personal stamp on it. That's for sure. I don't know if he's actually rapping about it in a way that's compelling to me. I don't know if the usage of the features serves the project very well or if it's just padding. I noticed you had nothing to say about Auntie Diaries there. Auntie.
We talked about that. We don't need to go back and talk about that again.
I think on the
fuck that. We talked about it for 45 goddamn minutes last time. I realized why you didn't talk about that. So all that said, I think it's a good album, but it did not have the same staying power for me. And I think ultimately what it said about me as a listener, as a fan, when the shit hit the fan, I guess I was not ultimately the biggest fan. I'm a fan of his. I'll always check for the music, but I think that he's no longer like a top tier artist for me. Like when he comes out with something super artistically challenging, there will be stuff I like and stuff I don't, but it's not going to be something I revisit to accept everything when it doesn't immediately grab me. Like with Damn, bat with it, and I liked everything. Even the stuff that I don't like in my review, I like now. But here, I'm not coming back to be like, hey, what's in Die Hard? Like, fuck Die Hard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that song very much, so I'm not disagreeing, but I think we had a very good discussion during the episode, so I'll just leave it at that.
I do
personally.
And I do think he performed, like, I mean, I feel like I'm not trying to be dismissive of an album that clearly resonates very deeply with you. So I'm not trying to be, and I think
no, and I'm not going to argue back because we've already had some of the discussions on this already, and we've had I've had specific arguments towards certain songs that we've had conversations about. So for me, it's all good. We're just laying out very briefly kind of how we feel about the albums. For what it's worth, I think Auntie Diaries is one of my favorite Kendrick beats. I think that last minute, as it climbs and builds with the string, oh my god, that's a fucking great beat.
Again, I think that what you think about it on a lyrical level or what choices you made on it, I think musically is very well composed. I think Mama I Sober is pretty much a perfect song. I think that Father Time, as you've said, Caleb, that's a wonderful fucking song. I think Worldwide Steppers is a great song. And I think there are productions on here production choices on here that are just as good as anything on his best albums. And to be fair, I have unpopular Kendrick opinions. I think Untitled Unmastered is probably his second best, and I think most of his best rapping's on Damn.
I'd put Untitled Unmastered third, so I don't dislike that opinion.
Best rap. So I don't really care for Section 80 that much.
Yeah, I would rank Mr. Morale over Section 80. I would.
I think they're similarly problematic albums in certain aspects.
Lower lows on Section 80. And I think for sure Mr. Morale is a much more accomplished album, based on that he's much more, evolved and where he is as a person and an artist. There's no way he could make it out. Section 80, the stumbling he makes on certain songs, something like The Spiteful Chant or Cushion Current, there are songs on Tammy's song. He wouldn't make anything nearly that clumsy on Mr. Morale. Even the songs I don't like on Mr. Morale aren't nearly as bad as the low points.
No, fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're decent for what they are. Yeah, I'm not even gonna a whole argument for why I like Rich Spirit or whatever. I do, but I don't need to say why.
Mr. Morale episode over again, though.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, some of the stuff grew on me, but mostly it wasn't even that. It was just I really appreciated Kendrick more on this album, I guess, and then the production stuff bothered me less, I guess. So I don't know how high the ceiling can be for an album like that. But I mean, it's a 9 from the year for me. That's it. Like which for Kendrick is like a C, because we all know that I'm like the resident Kendrick stan of this group right now. I mean, I always have him like at the very top, no matter what. I think I had Damn number 1. I had I had Damn number 1, and so that's not really all that surprising. I'd have him on this list. Number 9 sounds like it was a miss, but if anything, I've found it more compelling over the course of the year, and I hope I explained why. But I think the episode we had was better.
What I will say is, and then we got to move on just for time, is that it is, for what you said, for a mainstream artist to be this emotionally vulnerable and not in a, either narcissistic, like performative Kanye way or a sociopathic performative Drake way, to be an open, like actually, vulnerable sort of like way is, I think, a step forward, because Earl isn't mainstream. Like, so I think this is like as close as we've gotten to a truly nuanced, emotional, mainstream, like top tier mainstream rapper.
Yeah.
Like, the emotionally complex mainstream event album, I will say.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
8.
All right, my number 8, and this will be quick too because I know you guys have no idea what this is, so we'll move on. But one of my favorite movements this year, and shout out to those of you that have chronicled it, Created by Rejection, Santurce, the whole squad of people in the Discord. The Dark Plug movement has been very, very fun, and also just like an absolute shot of adrenaline anytime I need it. And one artist that exemplified that for me, it was Smoking Skull, specifically his release, the Slime Print. Now, I'm not going to talk about this release very much. It's not very long. It's a 5-track EP. You guys can go listen to it for yourself if you're listening, etc. I'm just going to quote some lines and then move on, because he has and he just did a tape with RX Poppy, plug, but he has a RX Poppy like quality where a lot of the outrageous bars really stick with me. It's not quite that level. It's delivered in a more darker tone. It's not walking this bitch like blank. Like it's not. We're not gonna compare it to that level of greatness. But he's got a lot of very funny lines, some fun sports references. Manu Ginobili, we got the same shot. That's one that I think about. I like when he talks about serving online, fuck a brick and mortar, take your shit like a hoarder. He has some stuff there. He has a bunch of he has a song called Blueprint where it has a few like Jay-Z lines. One of my favorite ones is Blade on Me, I'm a Real Drainer. Which, outside of the fact that it's delivered in this very menacing voice, the rapper is also from Sweden. He's also a Swedish rapper. So that's that little double entendre there.
Swedish.
One outrageous one that I like is I did this shit independent like a single mother. That's
nice.
That's
shout out all the single mothers who listen to this podcast.
One of because then he'll have these biting, dark, funny, but also kind of holy shit lines. You can't get a feat with me, Dan Schneider. Is one that I think about a lot.
Come on, man.
I mean, I'm telling you, there's
Okay.
it oscillates wildly between funny things and also goddamn.
Well, as best I can understand, Dark Plug from the server, or what you fucking kids are talking about, all the together, is just cross line, twice lines, essentially, all the time.
Oh well, there are some other artists who definitely in this vein that also cross lines. A lot of the beats in the scene, for those of you that aren't familiar, kind of sound like the 808s. Kind of sound like Machine Gun Fire. There's a couple other artists, one particularly Margella, who has extremely hard beats that sound like they're gonna break your car speakers because of all the distortion and the rapid fire 808s and everything. So definitely a really fun scene. And like I said, most of the projects are short. It's like a shot of adrenaline. It really works well. And with Smoking Skull, he's done other projects that aren't as dark per se, but a lot of them are in the Dark Plug lane, which I think is cool just because Plug keeps evolving ever since it's like this revival it's had. There's been a lot of popularity of Plug and B, and that makes sense because they're like pop and R&B-ish fusions with rap music and very pretty melodies, and it sounds great. But this is not that. But yeah, overall, Smoking Skull, great artist, and I'm really, really excited to see what he does next, along with a lot of the other Dark Plugs scenes. So as I crawl into my weird corner of SoundCloud, there won't be that many more of those albums on this list, but I had to get that one out of the way.
I got nothing, Trav.
He made with the funny. I appreciate that. I laughed. These lyrics sound promising. Thank you.
I tried. It is like I said. There are parallels with Arx Poppy. It's a very different style of rapping. Very different.
I might check out Poppy. I might check out the Poppy collab.
The Poppy collab is a good one because he kind of out raps Poppy on it. Like he has more energy, but they mesh together pretty well because they're both saying outrageous stuff sometimes. So.
Well, speaking of militaristic music that sounds like broken car alarms, my number 8 album is Time Skiffs by Animal Collective.
That's a good transition.
That was number 20 for me. So yeah, I really like that album a lot.
This is a good album.
I'm not going to go too far into it, but this was just the burst of sunshine I needed after the past 2 years, and I feel like it was engineered that way. Just kept growing on me as the year went on. It's a goofy album, but it's not stupid. It's really well constructed. I think the singles are very well placed in the sequencing with Prester John through Walker 3 through 5. I think that it's just very well constructed in terms of like synthesizing their jam influences, like their live show with like the tighter Merriweather, like I suppose like the Merriweather era pop songwriting. And like later era where they're doing the dub stuff. I suppose what album would it have been? Not Centipede. The soundtrack one. Tangerine Reef. Yeah, Tangerine Reef. I think I also had this same terrible, great radio pause on the mid-year when I tried to think of that album because it's not very memorable, but it's also a really good album because it's perfect at what it does about like soundscapes. And this album is really good at like synthesizing that sort of like dubby, soundscapey like atmosphere with big pop songwriting and like just really good melancholy lyricism and just everything about the band that's appealing to me over time. They just put into this album. Period. It's the perfect length, great hooks. I listen to it on the way to work all the time because it makes me feel good. I think this kind of passes, like, a big thing I looked at on this list was the thing Caleb said on the mid-year that he's already mentioned on this episode about being honest with yourself about what you listen to. What did you come back to? I came back to this a lot. And I feel like
I like the album.
Reassuring, honest album that was something that felt true to them while still feeling like an evolution of their sound. I feel like there's stuff on here that sounds new for them, but also comfortingly familiar. And just the sequencing on it is really great too.
Yeah, this album reminded me a little like how I was describing the Metric album, where it's like they take pieces of their career, and I think they did it in a very tasteful and effective way to where it sounded like an expansion of some previous sounds, but in a way that was also, fresh and effective instead of just experimenting and just kind of throwing shit at the wall. I think this was really just a very tasteful, very solid album for them at this point in their career. A big highlight for me was Strung With Everything. I absolutely love that song.
I absolutely love the fucking ending of Strung With Everything. I also love the coda of Prester John, came out right after Scratch Perry died. And I felt like the coda to that, I think I mentioned this in the mid-year as well, was sort of a dub. It's a very dub-heavy coda. I think that was like Geologist's tribute to Scratch.
That's a great sound for them, yeah.
For sure. Passerby, I think, would have made a very ideal closer. I love the lyrics on that. I love the way they deliver them. I love the way Cherokee slow builds in. Just everything about this album works for me in the way it feels very relaxed and lived in and warm. I was not as big on the Panda and Sonic Boom album, but it was good. People love that album. I think it's.
I do.
But
yeah, it was a great year for Animal Collective fans. I'll say that.
I like that. Actually, I like the instrumental. I honestly don't love Panda as a solo artist. I think he just really connect with me as much, because even going back to Person Pitch, which people adore, just doesn't super do it for me. But I really love Sonic Boom coming back as a producer. Like, I love Seven, like, as going back to Beach House. So it's not really, that's the problem. But yeah, this album, remarkable. Can't recommend it enough. It came out in the dead of winter last year, and I listened to it all year. So that goes against my whole thing about weather-specific music. Yep. Don't want to belabor it because I did mention it on the mid-year, but it does bear mentioning that it stood the test of time.
So you're 8, Trev?
Yeah, Trev.
All right, my 8 is "God Save the Animals" by Alex G.
Oh, dope record.
I had House of Sugar, I think number 3. But honestly, when that came out, it was 2019, and I've become only more of a Alex G fan since then. I got to see him live. This one first show I saw after the pandemic. I saw him with Caroline Polachek. And that was a real great moment for me, because that was really the first, like, getting the fuck out of the pandemic and starting to live my life again. And it was really seeing him live and appreciating just the warmth of him as a person. This album is very interesting in terms of some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier, like what was going on with Blade, where eventually he's kind of maturing into this just warmth and generosity as a person. I think a lot of Alex G's music is kind of like that, where there's a very lived in and very homey vibe about a lot of his stuff. Even going back to the beginning, I would never describe his music as dark. An album like Rocket is very, very homespun and very warm, and a lot about family and friends. And I would say House of Sugar kind of was a little bit more expansive and existential in the way it approached its lyricism. But really, I mean, that's always been part of his music. This is the first album that Alex G's released that I would describe as even remotely religious or spiritual, not because the title is what it is, but it's very interesting. But Alex talked about some friends of his that had recently converted. Now, he himself has not really embraced any kind of faith or anything like that. But a lot of these songs, and it's just sort of the outlook of the album, as just sort of appreciating his place in the universe, I suppose, comes from these friendships. And so a lot of these songs that he wrote were that kind of perspective. So while I would say the album isn't overtly religious, it's probably the first one where that sort of kind of comes into play. Song for song, I would say it's probably among his most consistent albums, because even with House of Sugar, which I think is a masterpiece, one of my favorite albums of the 2010s, kind of has a section in the middle that's kind of divisive. I think this album does a wonderful job of threading some of the more experimental electronic aspects of his music, and kind of tagging them at the end of songs instead of making like whole sections of the album that are kind of broken off. I think the flow of this album is really great. And it's one of the big highlights of the album is just how well sequenced it is. It's very well put together. It kind of separates all the highlights across. The singles are spread out across the whole album. And I mean, I can pick out a number of great songs. For me, the big ones, I would say Runner. Runner is very much celebrated. Great melody. Instant hook where you just sticks in your head and it's just there. I've had that song stuck in my head for days at a time across this year. And it's the one all the different magazines and stuff are pulling out. But for me, the big one is Miracles. I think that is a very special song that only like a songwriter can write. It's a song about reaching a certain point in your life where you really kind of think about where you are, the importance of your relationships, having children, maturation, being a songwriter. Like, think to yourself, like, how many of these fucking things can I write and still feel unhappy? Like, what am I doing? Like, is there any point to this? Is there a point where I stop And I guess that sort of affects the album as a whole, because it's right near the end of the album, and you're just like, damn, like this is really the kind of headspace he's been at, where why am I a songwriter? Like, what am I doing this for, and who am I doing it for? And so while I would say he's in a very satisfied place, and I think this is a very colorful album, much like the cover, it's very beautiful, it's very heartfelt, it's also kind of sad. And you wonder how many more of these albums he can make. Because in a lot of ways, this feels like a compilation of a lot of things he's done. But it's also probably a like time skips in that way. It feels like an album that takes a lot of the highlights of his career and then sort of expands on it and makes it a little bit more polished. This could very well be the last Alex G album, and I wouldn't mind. I think this is an excellent record and would be a really great starting point, actually, for a lot of people. That's all I got to say on it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot too, and I've grown to really like Alex G's work over the years. So I'm glad that you fucked with it enough to put it on your list, because it made my very long list, somewhere in the top 100 from the year. But that's not a knock on it, because there were a number of other records kind of in that vein that I liked this year. By the way, Trav, what'd you think of the Hatchie record?
It was number 16.
Oh,
I loved it.
So
I loved it.
Yeah, I thought it was fantastic. Yeah.
There's a really, I can't like name artists attached to it, but it keeps coming up, where there are artists who are like taking that baggy like 90s Manchester shit and then mixing it with like shoegaze, and it's like this kind of alt dance thing, and I fucking love it. And I think it's a really interesting, cool sound that's sort of coming through, and that's something that album really trades in very, very well. Eventually I ran out of albums to shout out in my auto mentions, but I could have put that there. I've been a Hatchie fan for a long time, actually. She's one of those Aussie artists that I think deserves a lot more attention, that hasn't really quite caught on here, but she deserves it.
Yeah, Quicksand is an amazing song.
Yeah, it is.
I figure we'll do a final like lightning round last if you remember for our number one. So
yeah.
On that, on kind of a sort of a similar note to what Trav was just getting at. So while my list does have plenty of internet brain rot on it, I have not forgotten my roots. I have definitely not forgotten my roots. And that is because my number 7 album is the Alvvays record, Blue Rep.
Oh.
Trav, you made a noise as if you...
Yeah, hold on. I have it at number...
Well, you don't have to tell me. Is it...
Yeah, I do have it. It's coming, too.
Is it way up there, or is it...
No, it's not. It's like... it's going to be here soon. Let's talk about it now.
So reveal what you have it at, and then...
I have it at 6.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. It could, honestly, it could have been my 6, too. It's neither here nor there. We can kill two birds with one stone here.
Let's go. I love this album, man.
I fucking love this album. It was one of those where like
had to take a piss real quick.
That's like God, fucking indie.
I just said I'll go play my Wordle or something. Fuck it.
Look, this is the purest example of like white people music that I have on my list, without question. This is like, but it's also. I'm being disparaging. It's also fire. Like this is from the first song. I was from Pharmacist. I was locked in, and Alvvays is a group where I liked them, and then Antisocial Lights came out, all those years ago, and I was like, I love that record. I think it was toward the back half of my like top 10-ish that year, so in that vicinity. And then it was just like, what if we did that but better? and like more expansive, because this is definitely their best work, and I am a sucker for this type of like indie jangle pop mixed with like shoegaze type sound, and if you just do it really well, and they did it about as well as I think I've heard anyone do it in the last couple years. So yeah, I mean, this is just I think my favorite run, it's probably cliche, but like the first like 6 songs are the best run on the album. I think we would both agree on that, right?
Yeah, Easy on Your Own is my favorite song. So I would probably put that in there too. After the Earthquake, great. I mean, it really comes on again with like that
I feel
run in
like
the
it kinda has
Belinda says is fucking sick. That's
Belinda
later.
says is great. I think it comes on with like Pomeranian Spinster and Down again.
I let you cut it off a very online guy, which is a very divisive song. Hey, they're shouting us out.
What was ironic is I titled the last episode "Very Online Guy" because if I was thinking about
you're foreshadowing. Yeah, foreshadowing.
I actually like that song, but it's still like one of my least favorite on the album. But
it's a little slight, but it's good.
Yeah, I still like the song, and I think the concept is funny, so I'll give them that. I just think it is like I don't sail. I've never been in like a sailboat like that more than once or twice, but I feel like this is just like summertime. You're on like, the water, music, or you're driving with the windows down type. Like this for me is perfect in so many different situations. It's kind of like the most I've connected with a indie pop record in a while. They really hit it for me, and I don't know what it was, but it just took me back to like thinking about albums that I would have been obsessed with in like high school or early college. So yeah, I really love this from the first. I think my favorite song is probably either Many Mirrors or After the Earthquake, but any of the first like 6 I think are about as good as it gets in this style. So I have nothing but great things to say about it, and honestly, it's 7, but it could have easily been 6. Like, the margins are so slim. It's all arbitrary. But, yeah, love this record.
Yeah, I think if I ever sailed, it'd be like the scene in What About Bob, where they have to, like, strap Bill Murray to the fucking sail. And he's like, oh, my God, I'm sailing. Like, you have, like, a breakthrough or something. I'd never get on a boat otherwise. Fuck, man. This album is like a moment where you look at the track listing and you're like, well, this is a fucking great album. Like you reflect on it later and you're just like, oh, wow, there's nothing on here that doesn't kick ass. This is so good. I was, let's say this. I'm not like anti-socialite. I'm not like the biggest Alvvays fan. I would say they're really good. But there are a lot of really good bands that sound like Alvvays. So it's like, why is this one picked out? And like, all right, Archie Marry Me is fucking fantastic, right? Like, I get it. When it hits, it hits. And they have written undeniable songs. Undertow. Fucking great song. But like, over the course of a whole project, oh God, there's just so much music that sounds like this that sometimes I forget to appreciate how good they are at it. The difference between this album and some of the previous stuff is this is like a fucking punch in the face. Like the sound of it is so intense. And I appreciate that because like ordinarily their music is jangly and it has kind of a rush to it. We're like, oh, this hits a little bit. But this shit is from start to finish, the energy. And you can tell right from Pharmacist that this is a little different. And I appreciate it. Even though Pharmacist is not my favorite song on the album by any stretch, it's such a great... they just throw the gauntlet down right at the beginning. Like, this is what we're doing. This is different. And you're going to like this. And I appreciate it because the songwriting is great. The production is excellent. And it does what they do well, but more. So if this is, a lot of people describe it as like their coming out party. Like, this is the album that people are really going to remember them for. If you didn't really care that much before, now this is the one where you're like, all of a sudden, like, you're a big fan. And for me, that was true. This is like an easy, like 9 out of 10. I don't have any major complaints. It's just an excellent record of its type. Most importantly, though, in terms of ranking things, it's really high up there because I can't stop playing it. It just has replay value.
I play it a lot. I was on a long drive last week coming home for the holidays, and it was the whole album got a spin because it's deceptively short. You don't realize
38 minutes, and there's a lot of songs.
Yeah, the songs are deceptively short, hook after hook. I meant to say this in my initial like spiel about it, but any album with a guitar tone this good, I'll always have like a soft spot for it as long as the songwriting is up to par. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I have nothing but good things to say about it, and it's a very nice break, in the mix of all these, various different, depths of SoundCloud things I was listening to this year to have that album. So yeah.
Yeah, check it out, Pat.
I'll get right on that.
No, it's very easy. It's a very quick listen. It flies by, very fun, and it's not objectionable. How about that?
I mean, I enjoy that they spell things with V's, like how Al Divino spells things. So,
well, I think is it Trav's 7 or Pat your 7?
It's Pat. It's Pat's. Yeah,
Pat 7. Go.
My 7 is Lupe Fiasco, Drill Music and Zion.
Oh my God! So you're making me feel bad. I only heard it once, and I loved it too.
I only heard it once. Also, I feel bad too.
It's really good.
It's kind of an album you have to hear a bunch of times, like most Lupe stuff. That's actually good. The bad Lupe stuff you don't even need to hear once. But I mean, it's an album that's good enough. Like you can enjoy it once, though. Like even though it's got obviously a ton of deeper, multiple layered meanings and such. But yeah, it's. The problems with Lupe's albums are that they're too long, that he can't carry off his big, high concept stuff in a tight format, which dovetails with them being too long, and that he picks beats that don't fit that don't fit his flow, or that he doesn't sound good over. He solves all of that here. And apparently he made this, allegedly, he's known to lie about shit, but still, allegedly, in 4 days. That's pretty fucking impressive if true. And even if not, this album's pretty impressive.
In GarageBand, right?
Well, Soundtrack made it, and I mean, he only ever works with Lupe. I believe that Soundtrack might just be a pseudonym for Lupe Fiasco at this point. Because who else has Soundtrack ever made beats for? Conspiracy theory.
Tinfoil hat, Alex Jones meme.
Yeah, there we go. Patrique is always right. Smash cut.
Smash cut.
all the names I've gotten right on the show. All the predictions that have come true. I'm trying to think of wildly wrong predictions I've made. I'm sure they're out there.
Oh gosh, I can't imagine what they might be.
Will there be a Frank Ocean album this year, Pat?
Say no.
Oh, the Danny Brown album.
No.
I think I predicted the Danny
Say
Brown.
no. Say no.
Say no.
No, of course not. But
there will be cock rings, though. There will be more than last year. The number will go up.
The cock rings will shoot through the roof. But no, I predicted the Danny Brown album the past couple of years. I've been wrong, so.
He played it. Didn't he play it like a month ago? Like it was out there?
He played a couple songs from it at a live show, yeah. Apparently. I'm just want to be fully surprised when it comes out at this point, so. I assume it's going to if he's playing shit live. Who knows? It's like, this is weird for him, though. Like, normally he just rolls shit out like a normal person, and now, which is bizarre.
He's having label issues.
Yeah. Is he still on Fool's Gold?
Yeah, he hasn't had, as far as I know, he hasn't had a contract change. He's been bitching about his label for the longest now.
It's very, I mean, I don't know if ironic's the right word, but your label called Fool's Gold and you're having problems. Speaking of people,
the Brockhampton deal.
Lupe Fiasco. notoriously happy artist with their label, Lupe Fiasco.
Why would anyone sign to Atlantic, man? Like, what?
Oh, God.
We should make the thing for the thumbnail for this episode, the picture of Lupe like smiling with the Atlantic executive. You know which picture I'm talking about, right? There's a picture of him like biggest smile, like shaking hands with this like Atlantic A&R. It's the most awkward. It's like 1997 Diddy and Sting at the VMAs level awkward.
Smash cut to the show goes on. Or whatever the fuck is that? What's the fuck is that song?
The show goes on.
Show goes
That
on.
is the show goes on.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right. The show goes on.
Oh my gosh.
Rest
The
in peace,
Modest Mouse song. Shout out Jeremiah Green. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace to Jeremiah Green.
Jeremiah Green, what a fucking go. Listen to Trucker's Atlas as soon as you're done with this
Oh my God.
podcast. Oh my
Listen
God.
Listen to Lonesome Crowded West immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. One of the best.
Absolutely
Maybe
blast Teeth Like God's Shoe Shine out your speakers.
Listen to the entire album, especially Trailer Trash, especially Trucker's Atlas.
Atlas and Teeth Like God's Shoe Shine are the most like Jeremiah Green, like hammering the shit out of his drums. But one of the best albums ever. Rest in peace. That's fucking terrible loss. It's
awful. I was saving that for toward the end, but absolutely.
That was a good. No, that was the transition. I mean, when else? Well, I talk about Modest Mouse.
Yeah. Didn't think that we were going to get there on this, but this is a very good album, though. This is because that song is an example of Lupe doing what he absolutely does not feel natural doing, whereas this album is like perfectly in his pocket, just like him speaking about what he feels deeply and doing it in a way that feels natural to him over beats that possibly him ? Because now I've floated that out there. Maybe he is Soundtrack. Have we ever seen a picture of Soundtrack? I don't know. But seriously though, like these beats are like there's like Automato, I'm sorry. Like I guess that's a trap beat, quote unquote, but it's like the most Lupe possible trap beat. It's not like Chopper, which the point of Chopper is that it's not a Lupe trap beat or like the ratchet stuff he was doing in Tetsuo and Youth. That worked because it was a sort of contrast. This is more of like a relaxed, like low tempo, jazzy trap beat, I guess, if such a thing exists. And that's the whole point of all this stuff is it feels in pocket for him. It's like a depressed album. Like think about the very last song on this album and the first verse, which is one of the most brilliant literary devices I've ever heard on a rap album. Rappers die too much. That's it. The verse. Like, who else would fucking do that? And Precious Things, which is, each verse is a diss on something different with like a whole literary construct. Like, one of the things I've loved about this year is the writing on these rap albums has been on such a high fucking level. Like, we had Yodfather here, now we have this, and I'm going to bring up several other albums, and the rapping have just been an incredibly high level. Like, he had this, I don't know if it was staged or not. I'm guessing it probably wasn't because Lupe is really fucking petty. And for somebody who's done very few direct actual diss records, I think that he's had a lot of problems with people in the industry. He had that diss against Royce, and at the end of it, he was like, fuck it. Fuck that. Long live backpack rap. And I think this dude just loves like writing really detailed ass songs about like detailed ass concepts. And I think he does that perfectly on this album. Like he does it in a way that's like the perfect way to write conscious rap music, which however you feel about that term, it's a term. And he does it like people cringed at the title Drill Music in Zion, but I think that's a dope title for an album. And I think he carries across the concept perfectly here. Like it could be so preachy, but it isn't. Like, and the only thing that I regret about it is he didn't try to rap on a drill beat, because I think Lupe would sound really good on a drill beat.
Oh, 100%. I actually think that you could put what was I going to say? You could put Lupe from fucking like Tetsuo era over any of like the drill beats that were coming out around that time, and I feel like he would have really fit well.
I think that he knows, and he can rap over any style. And like the only track I don't really listen to is the intro. I've never really cared for the Aisha Jaco intros. I'm sorry. The only time I really liked her poetry on the song was on Tetsuo. They put her in the middle of Prisoner. I think that's the perfect use of her. It was integrated into the song. Otherwise, like it might be good poetry, but it just kind of kills like. In a song sense, kills the vibe, but I'm not going to like act like I listened to the intro to this album that much. But otherwise, the way he comes into, I forget what the song is called, but it's like Assassin's Creed, rapping it back indeed. Like every line means something, like can be taken 2 or 3 different ways, but it sounds, it's just so fluid the way he does it that it doesn't matter if you unpack it or not. And that's the best way a Lupe song can go. Like, he's not browbeating you, but you can unpack it if you want to. And he also had a song this year, Pumpkin Seeds with A$AP Rock. I don't know if either of you guys heard that.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, no, they so he did a Lucy with A$AP Rock. So that's like him and one of his idols. That could be like considered like he never does features, so that's worth checking out too. It's just really good. I'm not going to sit here and rap genius to you guys about that, but it's Lupe and A$AP Rock on a track together. Anyway, yeah. Again,
where would you put this in like the Lupe pantheon?
Top tier. Not like, I mean, my favorite Lupe is his Enemy of the State mixtape, and then Tetsuo. I would probably put this at like 3, I would say, under those. Right around Drogus Wave, which I think is a great album, but overwhelming. I think this is better than Drogus Wave because it's like the opposite of that. It like distills all of his best qualities. But, you know, Drogus Wave obviously has more better songs because it's like 24 songs long. But if you think about Drogus Wave, the end of that with all the rapping over great jazz beats, that's like most of the best parts here. And you have it like 30 minutes, whereas Drogus Wave is like an hour and a half long. So I think this is really digestible, bite-sized Lupe. There's very little like annoying preachiness on here. He's melodic, he's appealing, he's funny. Like there are honest to God jokes on here. It's just a fun fucking album. Like I wish you guys listened to it more than once so I could fucking talk about it. But you know, I didn't listen to your album, so
I feel bad just because it's not just you. I mean, my mutuals have rated highly as well, and it seems to be Lupe in really good form. So
yeah,
that's what I wanted, and I didn't even fucking listen to it more than once because this is a valid experiment from him to try. And of course, he killed it because his talent is through the fucking roof. If anything, it's just the lack of constraints that kind of cause him some problems sometimes. Just okay, we're gonna do this in 4 days, and we're gonna do this in this particular DAW, and we're just gonna from there. Let's just see what comes out, and the results are one of his most concise and effective projects. You know, my initial response to it was that I was just extremely satisfied with what came from it. You took my favorite line, which is "Too many rappers die" line, which is one of the greatest lines of the whole year. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that quoted out of context, and people didn't know what it meant because people didn't fucking listen to this album.
Well, yeah, if you listen to the song, he like builds the whole song around that line. Yeah. Like, there's a 4th verse because I cheated you on the first. Like, he's so fucking brilliant with it. Like, oh my God. And the whole album's about Chicago. Like, Naomi has a great song about like gentrification, and I can't do it justice. Again, I'm not going to rap genius, you guys. Like, it was bad enough when I was quoting Droog. He's going to DMCA the video anyway, so I'm not going to risk that. So let's just move on. But
yeah. No, so this is your 7, Trav, because you did your 6 already.
Yeah. So we'll get through 6 pretty quick. My number 7 is actually an album that got a lot more praise than I thought it was going to, because I thought it was going to get overlooked, but thankfully it did get on some late year lists. Spiritualized, Everything Was Beautiful.
I meant to listen to this and I didn't.
What? We need to share our list, man. Like I know.
I thought
about this and I was like, I kind of like the surprise reactions to where shit is on the list.
Yeah.
Maybe we share our list without rankings.
Yeah. Because
or share like a top 20 or something,
and then we'll see. Be surprised on what actually shows up.
No,
okay, that's what we'll do next year. Okay,
yeah,
we'll share
because this happened more than usual. This is a busy year. I'll grant.
Okay, it's also great that we're really professional radio people who share our fucking production meetings on the fucking
air. Oh my God! I mean, this is great. This is great.
I had an album this year.
This is great because we were talking about Sonic Boom earlier.
Jason Pierce is still alive.
He almost wasn't. He almost fucking died like a long time ago.
Yeah, I know.
That's what Songs and A&E's about.
Songs and A&E came out, right?
Yeah. That's what the album's about. I mean, pretty much a lot of his music is about,
like most of it's about nearly dying on drugs, taking.
We're talking. Yeah, Walking with Jesus. Back in the day when he was working with Sonic Boom. And I've been a big fan for a very long time, and I've really appreciated this late period run.
My favorite albums. So, yeah.
Which one is?
Ladies and Gentlemen, we are now floating in Spanish.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the first song on this album is Oh my God. Like, it does such a wonderful job of capturing that sort of experience where it's just like you just feel like you're floating. It's such a beautiful way to start the album. Oh my God. Like, this album is so much of what he's been doing, but better. And Nothing Hurt was actually it was supposed to be his retirement album. That was supposed to be the one where it's like, okay, this is the last we're ever going to get spiritualized. And then he ended up just kind of doing the same thing, but more. And it's like he feels rejuvenated on this album. And it had the songs like the Mainline song kind of capture a lot of that electricity, no pun intended, of the earlier of the earlier spiritualized shit. That's so effective. It's a really brick-walled sounding album, but it almost works in that capacity because it hits really fucking hard. But really what works so well with his music in general is how empathetic it is and how ethereal it can be and how heartfelt it is. And this is a really beautiful album in that sense. It just feels like someone who's seen it all and still has something left to give from their heart. And I hope he doesn't retire, but if this ends up being the last fucking one, I won't complain because I think this is his best album. In a little bit, I would say in general, all of his albums are really like they have something to offer, and they usually have something different to offer. This one's a little bit more of like a ratcheting up of a work before, whereas others like he'll try like, oh, let's make a gospel album, or let's do something that's more krautrock. And this one is like, oh, and Nothing Hurt was good, but let's do a more impassioned fucking version of that. And I mean, Always Together With You, I think, is one of the best songs he's ever done. I really do. I'll put that in my top 5 from him, honestly. And that he's still doing that. And I'm Coming Home Again, which is one of those classic Hey Jane type of songs that just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds and builds and gets more powerful as it goes along. Just really builds steam. Really amazing song, especially for someone who's been listening to them for a long time. It feels like a callback to the early days. Where it's just pile driving fucking music. And yeah, I mean, if you like spiritualized, no way you're not going to enjoy this album. If you've never listened to them before, obviously listen to Ladies and Gentlemen first. But I think this album is actually a good transition from that. So if you want to listen to something second from them, it'd probably be really effective. To me, just very, very gratifying to hear them at this high level. Keep going, Jason. I'll be listening no matter what, but this is a really wonderful career kind of retrospective record.
Wish I heard it.
Yeah, I really did because I heard it was good, and it wasn't just once again, it wasn't a just Travis situation. Like, I had a lot of people that I follow who liked it a lot, and it's just because you mentioned at the top of the episode, so much stuff comes out every year. Like, I have enough time, like, just devoting a lot of focus to like rap music, and then you have to like expand the horizon pool. Okay, a lot of the other albums I got acclaimed this year I'm going to listen to because I'm interested in hearing like, you know, what's out there. But then you just got to go one step deeper, and that's where it gets like murky for me sometimes. So, yeah.
I listened to 311 albums here. Number 311 was Tom Macdonald, album Calhoun, the Brave. Way there at the bottom. And of those, you know, if I can pull 10, they're pretty fucking amazing, probably. You know, like, so I would say, yeah, check it out. Like, it really got to me. But, you know, for someone who's maybe not listening to as much of their music, I would still say listen to it because there's really not a lot else out there like it. I mean, what can I describe spiritualized as? Like, what's comparable to them in the scene right now? To me, worth a shot just because it's such a unicorn in music at the moment, right? So, that's
yeah.
Oh, your number 6?
So my number 6 is an album that we're all pretty familiar with. For those of you that remember way back, we may or may not have done an episode on it all back in the day. Earl Sweatshirt's Sick is my number 6.
Wait one entry and we'll talk about it.
Wait one entry? Perfect. All right, so Pat, your number 6.
My number 6 is Shrapnel's Metal Long, which is Curly Castro and Prem Rock. I'm assuming neither of you guys listened to this album.
I've not heard.
No, I'm familiar.
Yeah, that came out on Backwoods, although these are two Wrecking Crew artists. Caleb, you've heard both of them on Sedale Threat.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, this is sort of similar to Curly name checks Wardle Mega on the very first track. So it's kind of similar to Cannibal Ox, kind of similar to Arm & Hammer. They've got two pretty acclaimed out. Well, one proper album and a remix album and an EP out. And so this is their second album. And it's basically spiritual successor to Cannibal Ox, peer group to Arm & Hammer. If Arm & Hammer was like more of a shit talk group, but I was thinking about it when I was re-listening to this for the podcast. They're kind of like if Czarface wasn't lame. Because Curly Castro makes a lot of nerdy references, but he makes them not sound lame. Whereas Inspector Deck and Czarface makes a lot of nerdy references, and he makes them sound even more nerdy. Like, think about when you listen to Czarface. I think Czarface just makes dorky shit sound dorky.
Yeah, I mean, especially with like all the superhero shit.
Like
it's flow things, it's flow, delivery, the specificity of the references, but also like we're old. Oh my god, we're fucking old.
We're old rappers, but we're talking about new comic books. Like he might talk about like the Sandman, the Sandman or Stranger Things or something. But Curly Castro like makes mad Lost references. I hate Lost. I fucking hate Lost. One of the worst.
Lost is a terrible show.
Fucking hate Lost, but
not the Leftovers. You don't hate the Leftovers, right?
I've never seen it. I'm not gonna get this dude makes, but anyway, but Curly Castro's versus referencing Lost are dope as hell. So, I mean, Milo's also Rap Ferrara has pretty dope Lost references too. I only know they're Lost references because of Jermainson tells me that Isaac Uluru on the Nostrum Grocers album is a Lost reference. I guess that's some guy on Lost. But the thing about it is that Curly Castro will just make references, like verses super dense with references, and they are not dorky somehow, just the way he threads them together. And I think the Arm & Hammer thing comes in. It's like a sort of contrast in the way they have two approaches, where one is literary and one is aggressive. In the same sort of way that like Woods comes at you, throwing a bunch of shit at you, but it's like a bunch of references, and Elusive's just kind of yelling at you and rasping at you. But they have a more battle rap approach, whereas Arm & Hammer's approach is a little more cerebral. But the shit on this album is way weird, though, because it's Steel Tip Dove making the beats. And he's very, like, Ross G sort of psychedelic beat-minded. Like, there's a track on here called Damn Alice. This is how nerdy this album is. This is all Lewis Carroll references. But it doesn't sound lame. So, I don't know. I'm probably not doing a great job. Travis does a way better job selling things than I do.
Oh, thank you. I'm actually like, no. I mean, you mentioned Cannibal Ox like immediately, so that's it. I'm good.
Yeah,
but then,
yeah, I lost right on that. But like, you kind of made me want to listen to Mr. Morale again, whereas I don't think I made you want to listen to this album.
No, I'll check it out. No, because any Def Jux shit, I'll check it out. Yeah,
that's actually the best compare. Like, they clearly are very indebted to Def Jux, and Alaska's on. He might be on here. I don't know. Like, he's Wrecking Crew, obviously, and he was on Sedale Threat. Like, this is a very Def Jux, but I always thought Def Jux kept me at arm's length. But I think both these guys have, like, which is very present in Arm & Hammer, like a humanity to them, like a relatability, whereas Def Jux was like very, I don't know if it was when I approached them in life, but like they very much, there was a lack of humanity to the Def Jux work, where I don't get a lack of humanity out of this. For all of their references, for all the coldness, the deliberate coldness to it, there's not a lack of humanity to this. Part of what makes it so appealing to me.
Cool.
So yeah, it's built out of references, built out of density, but it's like, I don't know. I'm not doing a great job selling this, but it's a great battle rap album. It's probably the best battle rap album, and it's the opposite, the absolute fucking polar opposite of The Brave.
So are we on to your 6 then, Trev?
Yeah, my 6 has already happened.
It was we did that. Yeah.
My 6 happened already.
You guys are confusing me with all the diversions we're taking in between the.
All the sniping we're doing. We still got half the list to go.
Well, I'll make my 5 quick, and then we've got some overlap.
Yeah, 5.
And then you got 5. Yeah, 5's gonna take a minute.
You're 5.
So my 5 personally was Autumn before Golden Child 2, which is an EP. Plugged Autumn on the podcast for years. Big fan, definitely. In his own tier in terms of plug and B. But had kind of been making good music, but not to the level that he had over the past couple years. But I think he restored the feeling, as they say, with this tape. It's super quick. It's maybe the best project he's ever done. Probably my favorite of his in like 3 years, since like the R3 tape. And it has a couple of my favorite songs of the year on it. Know You Hear Me is like a beautiful, beautiful song. Very short, sweet. Very melodic. I'm Doing Fine is like a cool little D&B like exercise, and my collection is actually a funny little rendition with a gorgeous instrumental of like Future is My Collection from the Hendrix record. It's not the same thing. It's like different, but there's a little interpolation of it toward the end of the song, and it's clearly inspired by that song. Great EP, love it. I know you guys haven't heard it, so it's one of those things I'm just getting out of the way quickly. But in terms of plug and B, I feel like this is a pretty easy subgenre of hip hop to get into, and this would be a place that, like, I think is a good conceivable starting point because it might be the best Autumn project. It's certainly one that has a lot of his fans very happy with, and I played it so much this year because it's like 10 minutes long, and so in the spirit of being honest with yourself, I put it this high because I just played the shit out of it since it came out. So yeah, that's my number 5.
Absolutely nothing to add.
Nothing to add, but I hope that in the spirit of what we've been talking about this episode of selling it.
You need to check out Plug and B. Like, I really am. Like, I say this sounding insincere as fuck, but I really am.
No, it's
on the list
of all of the kind of subgenres that have been popping up via SoundCloud over the last couple of years. It's definitely the most accessible, and it's also got the most traction in that, like, there have been plenty of Plug and B songs that, because they're like sweet and melodic and hooky, they've caught on with like some of the TikTok crowd and whatnot, versus like, there are some major labels signing some of these artists. So
Travis can vouch for this statement. You can mean to do as much shit as you want. When you have a child and a wife, it doesn't fucking matter. You have no monopoly over your time anymore.
Yeah,
it's like that. There's like that Rugrats episode where like Tommy's dad like has to make like fucking pudding for Angelica, and he's like standing in the kitchen. And he's like, "Oh my god, I've lost all control of my life." Like that's pretty much how it is.
I'm gonna be honest. This guy's quoting Rugrats episodes. I haven't watched that show in 15 years.
Well, that's the idea, kiddo. We're taking you back.
Taking me way back. But I mean,
yeah.
I hear you though. I hear you. Even with work, like I just myself, I listen to less things than I used to. It feels like, but who knows? That might be nothing compared to having an actual life.
Well, what with me, like I sacrificed old music that I hadn't heard before. Like normally that's what I do. Like there was a whole year where I just listened to shit off my wish list. Last year I knew that. All I did was like on my commute, I got through like 2 albums a day. On the way up, on the way back. That was it. And I didn't listen to anything else but 22 music. 2020, that was it. So you make your sacrifices. Like that's what ended up happening for me.
That has absolutely been something that over the past 2 years has happened for me too, where it's just like I used to way back in the day pick and choose things from like I would go into the charts of like subgenres I love and just like, oh, I haven't heard that one for some reason, or oh, this and this. And now it's like I can't remember the last time I did that. Like,
that's one of the best things about this idea.
It's unfortunate, but it's just like the way it goes.
I'll give you credit. For this though, for real though. Like you listen to EPs. I don't listen to EPs. I don't fucking listen to EPs.
I don't
Well,
give it.
part of why I listen to EPs is that there are certain artists in like the rap underground who like will put out a lot of them just because they're like short, like quick hitters. So I just end up listening to those a lot by like osmosis. Like it's out there in that form. And I still try to go through the EP charts every now and then, but I mean, that's a rare occurrence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but like electronic music is good with an EP format too.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think that we could have an EP versus LP. This episode's going to be 18 hours long. We could have an EP versus LP discussion forever. Like, I think the EP as a format has its own merits, but like, I think the artist's prerogative. Like, for example, like I'm trying to transition here though because like, how long is Sick?
30 minutes.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
23.
yeah, 20 something minutes. Yeah.
Because I think Earl's decision-making process with how long he makes, like, every project has been, except for Doris, has been very short.
Yeah.
Like, Doris was normal album length.
And that was his,
Everything-
like, well, would you say that was like his mainstream debut? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
yeah.
like constantly his mainstream debut. And it's, like, constructed like one, more or less. Everything else is, like, EP length.
Yeah.
So, some rap songs especially aggressively so. And some rap songs famously is supposed to end like the last two songs are essentially quote unquote bonus tracks because he added them at the end. And they're not even songs. Like one's an instrumental, one's like us.
Peanuts. Peanut is fucking harrowing. Like,
Yes. Like it's it in terms of ripping the guts out of you through your soul. But yeah, Sick is my number 5. It is a very significant album for me. I think it is very misunderstood. I think it's the way you feel about Mr. Morale is the way I feel about Sick. Best way I can put it. Except I love the production on Sick. Whereas I feel like you're indifferent to the production on Mr. Morale. I think the production on Sick is perfect.
I love almost every beat, honestly. I think it's perfectly suited for Earl.
Right. And I think that the fact that this is artistically significant for him is proven by Making the Band. He uses Titanic's flow on Making the Band, so like he's clearly doing stuff with what he does on this album. I don't really want to, like, again, you can go back to the episode. I think I said this in the mid-year, and I don't want to be like, that's the laziest content ever. We do a mid-year episode saying you can go back to the episode we did on this, and I do an end-of-the-year episode going back to the mid-year episode saying you can go back to the episode we did is pretty hard recycling. But this is, I don't know. I feel like this is just I don't think this album gets the credit it deserves for the writing that's on it.
I couldn't.
The rapping that's on it, especially.
I couldn't agree more. I am baffled by the general like.
Okay, because we had these criticisms of it in January. I think at the end of the year, how many lists is this on? Not many, right?
I'm not seeing it now. I'm not. In fairness, my own personal bubble, the list that I have looked at from the places I actually care about, it is showing up in there, but. That's not the majority of publications.
Yeah, I feel like it's just not like where's it on the RYM?
Oh, it's a disgrace. I don't even want to.
I don't.
it's in the hundreds.
Like,
Yeah.
It's not even.
It's a blip. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah.
It personally, I think the RYM reception straight up baffles me because, and this is not even an indictment of the site or its framework of how it looks at hip hop, whatever the fuck.
Fantano give it we'll just fucking rip the Band-Aid off. Fantano didn't like it.
I don't know,
Like
actually.
a 6, maybe 7. I mean, it was fine. It's fine.
I just think that I think that reaction from the site, from him, maybe whatever the fuck, is most of the reaction as a whole, and I don't really get it because I think. And I'm not usually like.
I don't get how you can listen to Old Friend and then 2010 and not have like a I'm gonna need a bigger bag from the coat. Like that is such
Trying
like
to make a millionaire out of slum dogs. Like, come on,
Lords.
bro.
Like that is such like immediate hit to the vein.
Every beat is excellent.
And then like Sick itself as a song. Like I mean, I made my thesis about what I think the album's about on the episode. I'm not going to go into that, but like the first two songs about how Earl is rapping on those, and then Sick about, and then Vision with like the loopers on it.
One of the best songs of the year. One of my favorites.
The way that's constructed, and then you have him back to back with Billy and Lucid on Tabula Rasa.
Do you like the Billy line? He's talking about when I die. Tell my enemies the good news or whatever.
Time flew. Yeah.
Yeah, time flew. Yeah.
No,
and
like,
the
rapping on this album, the production, it's got Alchemist all over it. It's just beautiful. It's everything I want out of Earl. I don't understand what people aren't getting out of this except immediate gratification, which he's never given them.
And this, not only is this such an immediate album, but it's also like, it's lyrically dense in spots without ever feeling like it. It's such a perfect mesh of, and this might be a little hot takey. I think I like it as much as I don't like shit. Like I think it's
got a lot in common with it. They're both.
It really does. It's probably tied for my second favorite Earl with that, like neck and neck. Where I think this is just as good, and the only reason it's not being spoken about in higher terms is just because of like maybe when it came out, and also we're this far into Earl's career. If this was earlier in his career arc, I think it would have been praised a lot more. I don't really know what you're looking for in a rap album or in an Earl album if you're not really like really fucking with this. I know that we're a lot higher on it than Travis, for example, but like
people aren't.
But like even as an example, the last track, Fire in the Hole, right? How many times over the years have I talked about I love like when rappers do like conversational flow and it's like the beat is amazing, it's beautiful, and the beat just rides out. That is exactly what the closer of that album is. I wish almost every album closer sounded like that. It's just like a lot of these songs are just like they're I feel like they're just catnip for me. These songs, and Earl is an amazing artist, and I'm so glad that he made an album like this because it's so easily digestible, and I've listened to it all year long, and I'm sure you've done the same, Pat. But yeah, I don't want to talk too much, but I mean, I also don't want to keep cutting you off like I'm doing in this segment, but I love this record, and I'm glad that we both have it in similar positions. So I know we liked it a lot more than you, Trav, I think.
Yeah, problem is, like you said, this kind of came out after some rap songs, which was for me an era-defining album. I have really, really high expectations. I can't tell you how important some rap songs to me. I have played that about as much as any rap album. You can check the Scrabbles on that since it came out. That album came out
it's 5-star.
That shit came out like 2 weeks, week 2 before my kid was born. And like in terms of like dealing with the anxiety I was experiencing and just feelings of alienation, fear that I had, very important album. I felt a lot less alone from that record, and the way that it blended a lot of sounds from the underground in such an effective way, really special to me. And like Six, really fine. It's really fine. I have less to say about it in the negative term than you might expect. It's just collectively as a record, even after like 5 listens, to me, it didn't coalesce the way that previous projects did, where I'm like, this album is this album is this is this is what he's representing here, this is the themes of this. And I couldn't quite take it apart the way that I wanted to. Individual pieces, really great. Tabula Rasa is my favorite album, one of my favorite songs of the whole year. I think Tabula Rasa is incredible. 2010's wonderful. The Loopers track, I think, is top 3 on the album. Nothing bad. Just for me, it didn't leave the impact that I wanted. And I guess in terms of like some of the comments they're making about Mr. Morale, where it's just like, for whatever reason, I just couldn't, it didn't get there. Like I appreciated it, but it just didn't get there. And that's, it is low stakes, whatever it is. I thought it was way higher in quality than Feet of Clay. I could tell immediately that this is a higher quality work in terms of the writing and density. Immediate. I was like, oh no, this is very clearly something he poured himself into. But as a whole project, to me, even something like Doris, which is more openly flawed, I thought was a little bit more. I get what Doris is. I also have a lot of nostalgia for Doris, and it may very well be that I come back to Sick and really get it. It just hasn't happened yet. But yeah, it's solid. I enjoy the album. This isn't like, oh, I'm kicking against it. It's just for me, it didn't stick. That's all.
No, understood. I mean, I don't think Feet of Clay. I mean, Feet of Clay, I think, is pretty clearly a B-sides project. I defend Feet of Clay because I think there's a lot of really good rapping and writing on it that gets.
It's just East. East just fucks with people.
Oh yeah, no. I kick back on that because of East, because I think people shit on it because of East. Yeah, I was just more saying that, like, I feel like I listen to it in the same way you listen to Mr. Morale, so I feel like I have more to say on it. Got a lot to say.
Well, it's like, how much you want to dig into it. And for you dug into it a lot. And I guess I haven't. And again, we kind of draw our lines of like, okay, this is how we spend our time. These are the artists that we're going to take that extra mile, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much where we're at on that. So,
yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Who's doing what?
Well, we're on to
Trav's 5.
Your 5. Yep.
My 5. My 5 may very well be Pat's 1.
So we should wait.
Would?
Yep.
All right, so let's. Well, this is phenomenal because I'm next. It's my 4, so let's go to Pat's 4.
My number 4 is something neither of you have listened to. No Devotion, No Oblivion. Absolutely, you have no idea what I'm talking about.
No. There's no reaction. Nothing.
Absolutely no reaction.
Professor Pat, like, enlighten us.
Invite us to your TED Talk.
This is thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This is the Ryan portion of the podcast where I talk about a band. Yeah. So this is Jeff Rickley from Thursday and the guys who are in a band with the worst person on earth, Ian Watkins from Lost Prophets.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah, now I've got all the Ian Watkins fans that are in the chat. But no, seriously, this band, so basically, it's like a post-punk project with the dude from Thursday and all of the not terrible people from Lost Prophets, and really, really fucking good. Not the sort of music I normally gravitate towards, but I really liked Thursday in high school, and I've kind of followed Jeff since, and I've kind of just sort of gone back towards, like, we kind of talked about this in the honorable mentions, like comfort food type music. Maybe that's why I've gone back towards like more conscious-ish rap this year. Like maybe that's why emo type stuff has resonated with me, with like The Metric and to a lesser extent Animal Collective. And yeah, we'll get into that with my number 1 and maybe the other stuff in my top 3. But just like stuff that is more basic for me. But I mean, I guess post-punk isn't, but Thursday isn't. And this music, I don't know, it's just big choruses, just really well constructed, really anthemic stuff. Sounds really good in the car. Hard to just like, I'm not very good at describing this type of music. I really like this album. This is kind of reminiscent of the one year the Glass Jaw album was on there. I kept describing this because I remember I just came out and I was like, look, you haven't listened to this. I like it. Fuck you. I'm not going to waste your time.
Where are we at?
So we're at your 4, Trav. Because,
your 4.
Yeah.
4.
And my 4. My 4 is an album I don't want to get into too much, although I kind of talked about it in our chat. My number 4 is Black Country New Road. Answer from up there. Okay.
You know what's funny about this? I'll give you some fodder, Trav. I posted my like little topster thing, to my Twitter, and a mutual of mine comment from school comment under and said, "No Black Country New Road on the list, so therefore you don't know ball." So I guess I'll hold that.
What is all shit? Like, you mentioned this a few times. You're just gonna have to describe it. I don't
Pat played along too. Like I see how it might work contextually, but I don't get it.
Oh no, you don't know ball is basically just like it's like a dumb sports.
Oh, I get that it's dumb.
Joke.
Okay, I got that.
Do you need to know anything else?
Basically, you don't know ball, or you know ball, or you don't know ball is basically I agree with you, therefore you know something, or I disagree with you, therefore like your opinion is in whack or whatever. Like it's sprung off of sports connotations, and people would have a sports take, and then someone would reply and be like, "You know ball," being like, "I agree," you know what I mean, or whatever. It's just it's Twitter shit. Who cares?
Yeah, I like it better than I like it better than L ratio plus you're white.
Yeah,
essentially
the same bit. It's essentially the same bit, but still.
Yeah. The point is that this record is like
explain to me real quick.
The Black Country New Road record is like kind of like obscenely popular, so I would, it is pretty interesting.
I listened to it once, and it's just like, I mean, it's like the Comet is Coming record almost, like where it's like it's cool, it does a bunch of stuff I like, but I don't gravitate back to it. I'll say that.
Yeah, I think I liked it more than their previous one, but I still didn't all the way connect with it.
I am behind the times with them. I got into them slightly before the debut, which I thought was disappointing, in the sense of, oh my god, it was supposed to be the greatest indie album since fucking Funeral, and it was fine.
It sucks.
Fuck you, Pat.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, bitch.
Nah, fucking Funeral trash ass shit.
Pennsylvania sucks.
Yeah,
I know. I lived over there.
I'm not disagreeing with
you.
Tell me something I don't know.
Wait, Trav, you're standing behind that band after did shit hit the fan with Win Butler?
I have not listened to any fucking. I haven't listened to any fucking Arcade Fire since that happened. So I guess not.
Yeah, I guess not.
Holy shit!
Everything now. By the way, if you look at my fucking ratings.
Oh my gosh.
They sound like who's they? Black Country New Road and Isaac split. They went separate ways. This was like the fucking Joy Division moment. Could have been. Everyone's like, oh my god, this album is so special. This is like a big sea change for them. Now they sound like Arcade Fire and like Joanna Newsom, I guess. Like I would say they're a lot more in like that chamber pop world. In a weird way, it's more accessible, but in a way it's not, because it's like it would have been fucking huge like 10 years ago. I saw them open for Black Midi. And so it's like, I guess in a way it's kind of cool, but it's a lot more like wholesome. God, who was it? Polyphonic Spree, maybe? Like, it's like this huge, like massive band.
Wholesome.
Yeah, wholesome. Look, if I could get into the album, which I haven't yet, but it's like, there's an anxiety about their music, which is kind of what makes it compelling, I guess, where Isaac sounds like he's falling apart when he sings these songs. On top of, all right, yeah, it's this huge, incredibly talented band that does this chamber pop sound that's a little played. It's a little bit post-rock. It's a little late, mid-2000s, like, why are we doing this? But it's also incredibly impressive. But because of the way he delivers the lyrics, because of the way these songs blend into each other, it's hard for me to pick out favorites. I think Concord's probably my favorite. It's such a well put together album of moments, and it's so emotionally stirring. But partly because of Isaac, I don't know what the fuck they're going to sound like on their next album. But in this space, I would say it's a very impressive album, and it is one I've gone back to. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have it so high. But I have gone back, and every time I do, I think to myself, well, there's not a lot of bands doing this better. And this is a sound, if you're talking about comfort food, that has been with me since I was about 13 when I heard Funeral for the first time. And now it's changed a lot.
We all love the first time we eat the Old Country Buffet.
Yeah, right? Like, or Golden Corral, whatever. And it takes me back, but at the same time, it's very current in the way that we have emotional vulnerability now across the board, to where someone like Isaac would be a matter of obsession in a space where someone could be clowned for not having it in their topster. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very mainstream, this band, in its own weird way. And I appreciate that. And I really do. And so, like, I think in terms of comparing this to the debut, oh my God, like, I feel like the first album was just a bunch of singles. And this one blends so beautifully across an hour, you know? And I think, while it makes it difficult to pull songs for me, like, I can listen to this front to back and I have no problem. I think it's a beautiful record. Is it a little overrated? Yeah. It's in the ones in the top, like, 120 now or something on Rate Your Music. Like, I think that's fucking crazy, but
Rate Your Music's fucking crazy.
It's fucking crazy. I mean, the fucking standery over there is out of control. Like, I mean, every album now has like a 4.2 when it comes out, but that's neither here nor there. I'm a cranky old man too sometimes. It's decent, you know. What can I say? No, I love the album. I really do. I'm kind of pushing against consensus, even saying it's not that great. It's really great. It's just a lot of baggage with this kind of music and with this space and how much praise it's gotten. Like, I can relate to Caleb in a sense, because it's not my favorite album of the year. So I guess I'm a little out of touch, but to me, like, it works for me as an old millennial who's like, oh no, I really remember loving music like this, and I think it's really great. So, that's my take on it.
I think like I said, I like it more than the last one, because the last one, I didn't see it at all. Like, I didn't think it was bad, but I was just like, this is a little disrespectful, but I kind of thought it was just like dime a dozen with like elevated production value. Versus this one, I'm like, oh, there's like actual songs in here I like, and I think it's like a pretty good album. But the emotional beats of it weren't hitting me. I mean, I look at this track ratings, and it's just like 4.3, 4.6, 4.3. I'm like, holy crap, you guys like fucking love this album. And like, that's great. I'm not shitting on, you know, the website as a whole for loving it so much, but it's like 120 overall. Like, holy fucking shit, guys, like, relax. Like, you know, so there is a part of me that bristles up a little bit, but it's natural. I don't want to take away from the people that, you know, earnestly love the band.
Yeah, I don't think as an Emperor's New Clothes situation, they have talent. They really do. It's just a matter of, is this sound something you're gravitating towards in 2022, 2023? For a lot of people, no. I actually find it really interesting that this album blew up so much. Where now, like, Arcade Fire is like way behind. And that debate came up a lot. Like, oh, great, so we're going to trash Arcade Fire, but a band that fucking rips them off all the time is okay. Like,
they're better than Arcade Fire. I think
that's your opinion. That's your opinion, Pat. It's for a different episode.
This album has 28,000 ratings.
Well, that speaks volumes about something.
The second place has 10,000 less. That's insane.
It's insane.
I mean, this album's cool. I have no real I'm not gravitating back towards it. Certainly better than Funeral, but beyond that,
yeah. I mean, I'm
just trying to piss him off.
I know.
I'm pulling a Gandhi here. I'm just chilling. I might as well say my number 3 before we get into. I don't think Pat could ever make me that mad. I don't think so.
That's fair.
That's a challenge, by the way.
Number 3 is going to be interesting for me.
I don't have any hard alcohol in the apartment. Why don't you I don't have any hard alcohol in my house. You can ask Ryan how mad I can make people.
Oh, we wouldn't want to go down that path.
We're so close.
Yeah, we want to go down that path. So my number 3 is Ame Enchanted. This is nothing. Quick overview. Another EP, but it kind of represents the whole year holistically. I'm cheating a little bit because it's my list and I can do what the fuck I want. It kind of represents the whole year for Ame, who is kind of like my artist of the year. He's been dropping some of the most like genuinely groundbreaking music, I think, in the underground, whether it's like in the Regalia scene, which we did a podcast on earlier this year. Shout out to Santurce. Or whether it's like doing plug and B stuff, whether it's doing like in recent months, like decidedly pop adjacent songwriting. I mean, there's just a lot of cool things. This EP has 2 songs on it, and they're both to me like, there's a great comment that was just like, this is why I listen to plug and B, left in that comment box, and I 100% agree, because it's 2 songs, Church and Hymns, and they both sound like plug and B as done through a cathedral, with like actual, not church-esque hymns, but that same level of, you know, beauty and awe and kind of like wonder. I mean, it's very, very, very beautiful and like this like serene music. It's a tough way to describe it, but it just sounds like the titles are very apt on the songs, and I think it's a great display of production and songwriting.
Quick question, Caleb. Did you hear the White Armor album?
Yes, yes, I did.
Was it the wedding one or whatever, the instrumental one?
Yeah, the Abyss, right?
Yeah, I loved that album.
You know what? That production style was different, but the how do I explain it? The aims are actually not that different.
That's what you reminded me of that when you're describing it.
Yeah, because it's not. It's a little. There are a little more like beats, I would say, but not really. This is like remarkably stripped down for Ame, who has rapped over beats that go like, you know, quote unquote, like go harder, or like beats that have like, you know, crazier shit in the middle, or even just like more danceable beats. This is just like straight ahead, very like low key, but it sounds grand in scale, kind of like if you took some of like the choir shit on in like a gospel rap record and applied it to like plug and B. Like hymns, there's like literal hymn choir vocals in the background while he's like rapping over it. Like it's very cool. So that's my number 3. So we're on to Pat's number 3, right?
Yeah, my number 3, which I can't remember. My number 3, which I know both of you, I can't say I know. I assume both of you have heard this, even though I don't believe either of you have paid the exorbitant costs that you supposedly need to pay to hear this. The Black Star album, No Fear of Time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I have opinions.
Yeah. In spite of the fact that this was rolled out in extremely pompous fashion, in spite of the fact that Dave Chappelle fucking sucks, in spite of the fact that Tyler would probably still be fucking banned from Twitter, even though I'm sure Elon Musk fucking didn't like lift his ban or whatever. This is still a great fucking album, great work of art. Yassine Bey is still one of the best rappers alive. Talib Kweli did his best performance in 20 years on this. Mad Lib is still a goddamn genius, and I love this album. From the first second of this album, all fucking as 128K lo-fi seconds. It sounds like garbage. It does. Like, I don't care. It's like Yassine Bey is the best rapper in the world when this album plays. Period.
Yeah, I mean This is it as good as the one that is it as good as the one we all know? Like, is it as good?
No,
as...
I mean, yes and no. Like, it's different. It's very different. Like, I think I talked a lot about this on the mid-year, so I don't really want to rehash it. I like I said, I see it as more of a sequel to the Ecstatic. You have to reconcile with Tully, who's a very person on this, but I like that they don't try and do old man rap songs on this. Like they do different with structures on this. Like which is one of the things I really liked about the Ecstatic was Mos was really ahead of the curve on that. Like it wasn't verse chorus on that. Like he was very stone's throw structure on that. Like he would just do a verse and get out, or he would do two verses. That was the new wave. He was way ahead of that in 2009, and that they're doing an album like this, even though it sounds like it was recorded on a fucking stone in a hotel room on a desk, like wherever the fuck it was. There's like, but I kind of don't care. I kind of don't care because Madlib's always been lo-fi, and
yeah.
Like Mos has always kind of taken pride in how shitty his shit can sound sometimes. It doesn't really bother. I'm caping a little bit. I'm making apologies because this sounds so much better than I expected. I had no expectations going into this. None. I actually avoided for a while. And I was so surprised by how good this was. So that's probably why it's so high.
It might have the best like closing run on a rap record that we've talked about so far. I mean,
yeah, really like a remarkable, like I think it's consistent throughout. Like it's almost normal album length for you. That's like 3 albums with all your EPs.
Yeah, I have plenty of albums on my long list, but EP is dominating. But yeah. No, I thought it was great, and I had to just rate the tracks just now because I realized I didn't do that. But while I do that, I mean, my favorite song is the Black Thought song, which I don't think is a surprise. I think the interplay is like perfect, and Black Thought can do no wrong in my book. So I don't know, Trav, if you have your opinions you want to get into.
A mild disappointment on the production because it's fucking Madlib, and Jesus Christ, like everything he's done with Freddie Gibbs is one of my favorite albums of all time. The original Black Star album is one of the I've probably given out like 135s ever. Unrate Your Music, that's one of them. I think that's one of the formative masterpiece hip hop albums for me. Can't beat that album. Thieves in the Night, best verses of all time, really. Except maybe Life's a Bitch. Like for me, it's that good. Like that's like it. So coming to this album, I had low expectations. I kind of expected to be like I like that Deltron 3030 comeback.
Are you really saying this is worse than that? Are you?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what I expected, and I'm so fucking thankful it wasn't that. No, I'm so fucking grateful it wasn't that because on top, obviously, Yassine, always a master, right? For me, the real surprise is that Talib was fucking incredible. He's great on this album. He has so much energy on this record. He file drives through these songs. He sounds like he has to compete, and he does. You know,
yeah. Which is really surprising given the past 15 years of his career.
Exactly. To me, that was the big revelation of the album because, of course, Madlib is going to bring a great collection of beats. Obviously, Yassine Bey is going to be amazing at what he does. But to me, what really separated it and made it a special comeback was that this is easily the best thing Talib Kweli's done in like fucking decade, 2 decades. I don't know. Like, that was the big surprise. And you'd expect higher fidelity, I guess, but I didn't spend the money, so I can't really blame anybody. I think it's a great project, actually. And I think it got really, you know what? I'm not surprised that it went under the radar because of the way it was released. This is one for the fans, honestly, as it turns out, but I'm one of them. I was very pleased with the album, personally. But I've not come back to it as much as I would like to. I want to spend some more time with it. My general thought is that it's better than I was ever expecting.
I love so much about most of my favorite Yassine moments. I love him on OG. I love him on Yonders. I love his hook on. I love the way he comes into the last verse. I mean, I love a lot of Talib's energy on stuff. Like you said, his energy's great. I love the way he disses Tommy Robinson. Cool.
Yeah, that's good.
I think that just a proper release would do this a lot of good. I think disassociating this from Dave Chappelle would do a lot of good, but they're friends with him. So, but whatever. So that's a problem, but art from the artist, right? Art from the artist.
Yeah. Just a thing that I've learned, well, I don't know if I've put it into practice, but I've at least conceptually told myself, it's just to never log on. Like, don't log on, and you'll be so much better off for it, because you'll just...
Problem logs you on at this point.
Yeah, I know. Too many.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good until you have a White Lives Matter shirt on. I mean, All Lives Matter shirt.
Well, he did not say all lives matter. He did not say all lives matter.
No, he wore All Lives Matter and then said, no, they don't.
All right. That was my number 3. Trav, what's yours?
My number 3 is from my number 1 of 2019. That's Weyes Blood. In the Darkness, Hearts Aglow. I think this album got a raw fucking deal on Rate Your Music. And I'm going to say it. It got a really good score, but I swear to God, it's like people don't want to like this album because it might not be as good as the last one. It's one of those situations where an artist puts out an album that is remarkably similar to their previous work, and it's still fucking phenomenal, and it's not appreciated because it's too similar to what they did before. And I do not give a shit.
To your point, the last album has 15,000 more ratings than this album.
Yes. And it'll probably stay that way.
This is a great album.
It's a great record.
It's a great album.
I absolutely love Titanic Rising. And at this point, more of it is not a problem. The thing is, it's not just more of the same because this album is not about what Titanic Rising is about. This is a post-pandemic album. And so much of this album is about getting past dark times, about finding empathy in other people when the world seems like is a fucking shithole. I say seems. There's so much warmth and kindness in this fucking album. It's not for like everybody. Whereas I think with Titanic Rising, so much of that album was couched in relationships and in heartbreak that I think was easier in a way for people to latch on to, because, whereas this album is very much like, oh my God, like, let's get past this. Let's love each other. And it's just this album that's not everyone's always going to love on the first go, because it's like a big fucking hug, whether you like it or not. And it is not as openly melodic. It's not going out of its way to write little tunes that are immediately going to grab you. The opener, It's Not Just Me, It's Everybody, is basically 2 chords and then a whole lot of other shit. It has a very simplistic melody and then develops into something really beautiful. And the album does that a lot, where it finds ways to take little ideas and expand upon them as far as they can go. And some of these songs are very long. Some of them are extremely short. And so it might feel a little bit lumpy, like, oh, some of these things aren't quite developed, or they're not as immediately catchy. And so it's not quite as good as the last album. So everything is about how it's not the last album. I think it's one of those records that people appreciate more as it's not even really a refinement. It is an expansion of ideas. It is supposed to be the middle child of a trilogy. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's like a Sufjan situation where something's promised that's far more ambitious than she's willing to deliver. I don't really care. I think this feels like what artists do. They do what they do very well, but they hear something and they see something in the world around them, and they say, well, let's do more about this. And so this feels like growth. This feels like more of the same, but from a slightly different person. And so I guess that's my argument for the album, is that when someone is extraordinarily good at what they do, don't try to take the paintbrush. Just let them do what they're going to do. But for me, I think there's more underneath, and there's a lot of optimism on this album, which, some people aren't ready for that. Some people crave it. And so, like, in terms of the reviews, you can kind of see who falls on what side of the fence. But as in terms of like objective quality of the album, arrangement's incredible, production astounding. I mean, this is an album you can feel. And really no major complaints. I think this is just a remarkably well-constructed album from one of my favorite artists right now. Amazing voice. And I've come back to it. I really have. And I hope people give it a chance. If they were kind of iffy on it on the first go, this is just one more person who's saying, no, this is just a very special artist at a very high level. And I guess in a sense, in that way, it's kind of what you guys are arguing about Earl. You know, it's after a certain point, it's just like, no, this artist is incredible at what they do. Maybe it's not your favorite thing they do in their discography. Give it a try. Appreciate them while they're around. And that's all I'm gonna say on that album.
Yeah, I think the production and the arrangements are like pretty exceptional throughout. And this is not an album that I'm gonna reach for often. Like, I'm just being very clear.
Yeah.
But it's still an album that, you know, we often do the thing just because we do the like, oh, I respect this album like more than I love it, and it seems kind of offhanded, but to me, in something like this album, it really isn't. Like, this is just great music. I really enjoy it when it's on. Reaching for it is very difficult because I find trouble with the situation. Even if music of a similar mood, I would often choose something else. But overall, I thought it was pretty fantastic, and I'm glad that, you know, she made it, and you know, just pretty much the reception from it should have just been like, hey, we got more of a good thing.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like it's weirdly muted, and yet everybody likes it. I don't know how to describe it. It's like you look at the ratings, people love this album, but they don't. It's like they're not quite letting themselves fall into it because of whatever reservations they might have, and I think that's something that time will sort of figure itself out. But I immediately was like, no, I was right there with it. First listen, I'm like, thank God for this album. I love this album. But hey, just one person. Hope other people come along. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
All right, so we're on to number 2s, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so this will be pretty easy for me because I'm going to do the whole, we did an episode on it, but my number 2 is, it's a tie between both Yeat records this year. I spent a lot of time talking about them. Don't have much more to say other than you guys can go peep the episodes. If I had to choose one or the other, I think I would lean to Life, even though it's a little shorter, just because it has, I think that tape is really like his 56 Nights. I've been saying it since day one. To me, it's very similar to 56 Nights in terms of structure and how it ends. So I would say that. Holy One is one of my top 5 songs of the year. But while I'm here, I just want to say that I saw this quote today from the great Jeff Weyes from Gangsta Boo that I wanted to read in place of this. In an interview they did from a while ago, about 10 years ago, the quote was, I want to be remembered as the first lady of 3-6 Mafia, the first lady of crunk music, the first lady who brought a platinum plaque back to Memphis. And it doesn't make any sense that she was rapping so hard in her teenage years on classic albums, and it doesn't make any sense that she's gone at this age. So, R.I.P. Gangsta Boo. So, on that morbid note, I apologize, but number 2 for Pat.
All right. Well, how to follow that. My number 2 is Mach-Hommy and the God Fahim, Dollar Menu 4, which is just more great rapping in a year full of it. And the vein of The Oddfather is just the project these guys have been doing, essentially, where it's just been a series of like intricate rap projects out of this group. Although in Droog's sense, it's been conceptual, whereas in Mach's sense, it's been like, send me $75 for me to give you 3 songs. And then eventually he will give you an album. But thankfully, the album that he gave everybody was worth the wait. And yeah, actually, this is the album that people have been waiting for out of Mach, Droog, and Fahim for forever. So I don't really like. it's, again, I don't want to get DMCA'd, so I don't want to quote too much. I also sound really bad saying all of their lyrics, but this is essentially the sort of thing that you want out of these three. Like,
it was very fun. I think it's a very fun record.
Oh, I just wanted to ask real quick, as someone who's really been behind on Mach this year, of that shitload of EPs, what would you highlight?
No. That was my point about he charged $70 for each of them. They're just like 3 songs each. It's a weird grift.
Yeah, the people who listen to them,
they're all
trying to gaslight themselves, like, oh yeah, no, these are great. Like,
okay, it's weird. Like, they're all good, but they're all like $70 a piece. It's a very strange grift he's doing. And then he raps about like we're running a Triznate on, like, it's also a weird word game he does with them where each one is like a little less words of his name. It's a very strange, I don't know. But the funny thing is the last song of the last one he does is a joke about how he's like grifting his fans. Because the hook on it is support is supposed to be transactional, and he sings it. So he's singing about how he's stealing from them.
Straight up devious.
Well, that's Mach for you. But no, I keep trying to spit out the point that Mach forever has kind of coasted on his production quality as opposed to his rapping ability. But finally, like in the past year, he's really stepped up his ability to write and just come up with bars. And on the past 2 projects with Mach, he's really actually performed on the same level. Whereas Mach has gotten more esoteric. I think Fahim has actually spit on a level that has been more resonant. I don't know.
So, Trav, your number 2?
My number 2 is, we're going to get through this. In fact, we're going to enjoy this next one.
We don't really have a point.
Number 2.
We don't really have a choice but to get through this.
We're gonna one way or another. Man plays the horn. Let's go. Let's talk about it.
Well, no, I actually have a bunch of prepared talking points in my head about this, so that's
cool. No. I said we're gonna get through this. Caleb, have you heard this album?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
This was one that I have listened to a good amount, like earlier in the year, like in the winter or springtime, because it's a little shaggy, but you can kind of throw it on and get lost in like a section of it for a while. And then look up and like, oh shit, like 30 minutes went by, like damn. And then jump back into it at a later point. Like, it's a really good album for popping in and out of if you don't want to play the full like 90 minutes or 80 something, whatever it is. But yeah, I love the record. I listened to it a lot when I was like writing and stuff, which is always a high compliment I give.
Yeah, my feeling on it is kind of like some rap songs if it were maximalist. It's sort of like the feeling of the production on the Earl album if it were expanded, because I don't think Aviv is the rapper that Earl is, but in terms of production, he takes that sort of gauzy sound and just breaks it out. And on songs like Smoking on a Brighter Day, just takes that sound and makes it widescreen as opposed to dense. And so it's not so much about bars as it is about aesthetic and vibe. And he makes that as opposed to a 25-minute project, a 90-minute project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's kind of like remarkably similar in terms of like texture. But
he still has songs like, was it Junebug? He has songs like Junebug. He has a few songs where he raps really hard to go in contrast with the songs where it's just more vibey and riding the beat. So,
I mean, I think that like it's like super. I mean, this is an overused term, but it's obviously like a psychedelic. I think it's one of those rare cases where you look at the laundry list of RYM descriptors and tags, and you're like, you know what? I can actually hear most of that in this music.
Yeah, it's sequencer and tracker. It's also dungeon synth, and
yeah, right. Yeah, Plunderphonics,
Onkyo and EAI, yeah.
It's also in opposition.
okay, so like, yeah, it is psychedelic. It is hazy, but it's also celebratory. You know, I feel like this album doesn't feel quite as despondent as some of Cities of Eve's sort of other work. It and certainly not as much as some rap songs, right? Like it's not that kind of album.
Okay, I wasn't trying to say it sounded despondent. That wasn't.
It's not. Yeah. No, I'm saying like that's what separates it.
Of the production.
Yeah.
That was my point.
It separates itself from so many of its contemporaries by not being that. And I think really the moment of clarity is a song like Smoking on a Brighter Day, which to me sounds like, it gives me the same experience, like a discovering Screw Tapes, right? Like it's one of those songs that you just let it go and you get lost in this song. And that song was so divisive, but I feel like if you're really going to unlock this album and appreciate what it's going for holistically, you do kind of need to appreciate that song in pseudo miniature, you know? Like, I think that's one of my favorite songs of the year. And I've gone back to it a lot more for reasons that kind of Killah mentioned, where it does kind of inspire creativity. The album as a whole does. Where like you don't need to focus on any one thing, you can appreciate it for all the elements, but at the same time, like, yeah, you can break it down, but as a whole it's just very sweeping and beautiful and psychedelic. And I felt that way about his album from last year, which I wrote about in my list, which is The Crashing Sound of How It Goes. I don't know what Caleb's experience is with Cities of Eve before this album. I know that I talked extensively with Pat about Cities of Eve before. I think you have more experience with his earlier stuff than I do by far.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I will say that I really like the way he flow, but I think the way he has the sample that says about how man plays the horn and that's not how you make music or whatever, and then he lays out this album. Like, I think that's a remarkable way to talk about how he's not musical, but his music is musical.
Yeah, and that's why I was like,
I think that's such a beautiful
celebrating his own kind of talent.
Music. Like, yeah. I think that, and that's such a, like, his album recontextualized and made me think about some rap songs even more, which is not really probably the worst way you could think about it, honestly. Like, I think all these dudes probably wish some rap songs never came out because they all wish, like, shut the fuck up about Earl Sweatshirt, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I mean, I don't know how Mike feels. I feel like he can't get away from Earl comparisons, which are ridiculous because chronologically that's not really how it worked out. I know this, but there are a lot of people
Aviv,
who like Mike later.
Aviv is 2012. Like, Aviv predates all these guys. Yeah. So.
Right. And yeah.
Like, Aviv was sampling fucking Chino on 2012 shit. Like, he was like sampling Team Sleep, I believe. But.
And I'm glad that now-ish, like the last few projects have kind of elevated him a little bit in terms of where he's fitting into the scene. Like, people are starting to kind of notice him. This album is actually really inaccessible in a way, but at the same time it's not, because it is.
Well, I mean, I think like Black Pleasure, Smoking on a Brighter Day obviously is inaccessible, but like in its own way, like if you vibe on that is like, I mean, in its own way,
Weight of the World,
Weight of the World, like that was a single, like for a reason.
Yeah.
Too. So, like,
it leaves breadcrumbs. Like, there are ways to get back to this album, which is kind of what Caleb was saying, where it's like you can take it in chunks, but for me, it's a breeze. Like, I listen to this album.
There was a reason. Like, I love this shit. I didn't come back to it, and then I listened to it today, and it wasn't on my list, and then I put it in place of the Metric album. Like, so, I mean, with all respect to the Metric album, like, because it's been in and out of my list all year. Like, when you listen to it, it just stays in your head. It just floats around there. It's got that quality to it. Because he has that, like, I think about it, he has that Earl Yasin Bey quality to his voice. Like, when he says something, like, he doesn't have to say a bar that's, like, super lyrical Eminem, Tom Macdonald miracle. Like, it just has to, like, there's a resonance.
Yeah, no, he has a great voice. he has a great tone. To how he sounds at the mic, and I think actually he got even better as a rapper on Working Title, which I don't know if you heard yet.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I have not fucking gotten to it. That was another one I wanted to get today, but I didn't think we were going to get to it, so I didn't bother. So,
yeah, it's like I don't know.
Spoiler alert: we didn't. So
it's more of a capsule sort of thing. Like it's more of the same, but a little bit more refined.
Well, I heard he raps more on that.
He raps more on it, which is why I brought it up. Like I think he's being more confident as a rapper, more assertive, and that comes through in little bits and pieces from Man Plays Norm. But also, it's kind of subservient to the overall experience, which is one of the most memorable of the year, any genre. I heard this very early in the year when it came out, and I adore it. I think it's
your heart out was 10 minutes ago. My heart out was 10 minutes ago.
We got the ones
round fucking honorable mentions for everybody, and then we're gonna do number one. We're all gonna go to bed.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you guys. I have exhausted all of my honorable mentions and talking points between the last episode and the beginning portion of this episode.
The last second release valve, they got it. So,
yeah, I mean, I mentioned the mic. That would be my last second, but I didn't listen to much else super recently that would have been close to the
I
list.
just wanted to say that because I don't think I mentioned the Kai albums. I just wanted to
good point.
Oh, no,
both of those are great albums, and
I only heard once and couldn't really discuss them.
Same, but they're excellent. Yeah,
they're absolutely fun.
They're very good, and I don't know if I prefer one or the other. I think they're both a piece with each other.
Right. So I really couldn't discuss them in any extended manner. So, all right, finish this up.
Assuming Trav doesn't have anything, I guess I'll fire ahead with my number one first. Yeah, so my number one was Baby Woe by Glock 40 Spaz. This is an artist that I was turned on to by user Simon Daedalus, who, great user, wrote one of my favorite reviews of the year with his review of the Glock 40 Spaz song Free Me, which, first of all, free him. Fuck the U.S. Carceral system. But secondly, he made a great point that has really stuck with me in going back and ultimately listening to, tearing through all this guy's music over the last 6 months, which is the mesh and the kind of rapper that Spaz is. I mean, he's got this DMV flow filtered through an Atlanta lens. Feels, mostly grounded in the underground because he's kind of rapping over beats that can be very dark, and the worldview can be very dark. But then there's also this mournful quality to it that really comes through on certain songs. And with this tape, Baby Woe, I mean, I discussed it briefly with Ben, aka Created by Rejection, on our While We Were Away video, and how we both just had amazing first listening experiences to it. And it comes out of the gate so hard with these rambling yet somehow super hard hitting songs like Thoughts While Incarcerated, Please Don't, Discussions Off Xans, it comes out of the gate, and then it becomes a little different in the beginning. There's a more traditional plug sound to it, even a few plug and B references here and there. And then toward the end, you start to get that mesh of styles and that mesh of the blending of different emotional registers that kind of Simon Daedalus talked about in his review, where you have songs like Spaz Temptations, which is basically just a drill song, a very mournful drill song, and with filtered through an Atlanta lens. And then you have songs toward the end that have this R&B feel, where they're basically just in better versions of modern day Lil Durk songs. Very versatile artists, deceptively so. And one line that stuck out from his review that I also not only would apply to some of Spaz's music, the more reflective songs. He talked about, and I quote, Glock 40 chaining together visages of girlfriends let go, moms disappointed, and plays missed through the common thread of his stoic acceptance. that it's all just one side effect of the life he lives. It's very like weary, but also it's kind of just like it'll be emotional, and it kind of seems like emotionally deadening, but then you kind of like, you shrug your shoulders and move on. And like some of my favorite artists, that's kind of what it comes down to at the end of the day. You have these like very different emotions that go into their music, versus you could be listening to their song that's like more aggressive and hype, and it would make you feel a certain type of way. Like a song like Remember Me, which isn't on this tape, but a song like Remember Me where it's like very playful and bouncy and has an infectious melody. A song on this tape, Be Right Back, which is a fairly popular song from his catalog, that's like aggressive and has a lot of hooks and stuff. But then toward the end, it has this like mournful tendency, and I just love a mixtape that isn't that long, took me on like a journey. I thought the rapping was exceptional throughout. I think it's objectively funny that like his mic was really bad on this mixtape, and there's comments about please get a better mic, but yeah. It's like very funny. It's very funny that his mic is like objectively shitty on this mixtape, but he's gotten a better one, I think, since that point. But
it's his YouTuber era, you know.
Yeah. Well, and the funny part on the topic of that is this tape was so good, and some of his other music is so good that he actually got noticed by Opium, which is Playboi Carti's label. Mm-hmm. Apparently, there were rumors that he was going to get signed by them, which would have been interesting because I don't think he sounds like any of their artists. Like he sounds way different, but he's just like he's still a uniquely like, you know, he still sounds like he's from Atlanta, but he's just sounds way different from whatever Carti and Destroy Lonely and et cetera are doing.
Yeah.
But apparently it didn't. It fell through. So I don't know what happened there, but L for Opium, I fear, because this is a very talented artist. A lot of aggression in the music, I'm not gonna lie, but there's also like I said, a mournful quality to it, you know, a reflective quality to it. And in the span of this year, he dropped 3 mixtapes. Baby Woe, which kind of mixed plug and B and southern hip hop and like, you know, dark plug. Spaz and B, which is like a full plug and B album, way different. And then his most recent mixtape, Don't Get Took Off 3, which is like a mixture of rage and dark blood and like a harder, like more aggressive tape. There's not a lot of like slow songs on there, except for Know My Name toward the end. Like the rest of it is like more like in your face aggression. So lot of me rambling about why I love this artist, but one of my most played artists of the year and one of my most played mixtapes of like the last 6 months. So I figured instead of being boring and giving it to fucking Yeat again, I would give it to Glock 40 Spaz at number 1. So Baby Woe, album of the year. Go listen to that shit. And I Choose Violence is my number 2 song of 2022 and has some of my favorite lyrics on any rap song this year. Not because they're like exceptionally profound, but just because how they're delivered. So yeah, that's what I gotta say. So I guess since we know what Pat's number 1 is going to be, Trav, do you want to do your 1 first? No, I knew because we're going to have a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it was my number 5,
and
I assume Caleb's number 4.
Yeah, so
I might as well close out with something that we can all comment on.
Yeah.
Oh.
If that's okay with you.
Well, my number 1 is Midnights by Taylor Swift. So.
Sometimes I feel like everybody's a sexy baby. That's all I know from that album.
Well, when it's tea time, you know, I get real sad.
The daily work playlist coming.
Unsurprisingly, Billy Woods made a really good rap album this year. It's called Ethiops. He did it with DJ Preservation. Y'all should listen to it. I will not waste too much of your time talking about why it's great, but it's fucking great. The first track on this will grab you by the throat and make you hate being white. All I can really say.
The first track is better than I'm telling you, is better than most film scripts.
It really is. And the way it actually dovetails with the track is if you actually listen to this album the way through,
Really like the way Arm & Hammer's whole and like threads about imperialism and like their whole project, the ROM theme, like, and the transitions on this album, the No Hard Feelings transition to the second track, the Mike Ladd transition in the 7th track to the Breeze and the L track on the 8th track. Yeah, this is an expertly made album. Everything Backwoods puts out is remarkably well made. Despot has a great verse on here. The Posse track on here,
God,
is fucking so good.
That's so good.
Beat is
Boldy.
so fucking evil sounding too. Oh my god.
Boldy's fucking
Boldy,
awesome
yes.
Yeah, Boldy's fucking awesome on here. Everything is fucking awesome on here. You should just listen to this album. It will make you really sad.
So I think it's probably
there are jokes if you get to track 10. There are jokes, like the Despot track starts having jokes, I think. Shout out Sophia. Sophia's review is really good.
yeah. Yep.
Friend of the show, Sophia. Next month, Gucci Part 2.
Gucci, it's coming. I'm prepping myself already.
That's right. You got like 30 albums.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long month.
It will be a long February.
This is like, this is gonna be a very dumb statement, I promise you. But like, this is just some of the rawest shit that I've heard in years. Like,
yeah, Billy Wood's good at rapping.
yeah, big if true. I mean, we all gushed briefly over the fucking Posse track. Is it? So how do you pronounce it? Is NY next?
Linux.
I didn't venture, but yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'll fall on the sword if someone wants to tell.
Trav, you want to fall on this one?
I read 9X.
No, I don't know.
Sure.
Regardless, the elusive. What is it?
You're wrong, Trav. Anyway.
What is it with like Quelle Chris hopping on Billy Woods / Arm & Hammer albums and fucking
I mean, when you want to be on there,
a show-stealing verse? Like, holy shit!
I love him on Chicharrones, man. Him on Chicharrones is like my favorite.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, this album is so good. It's so depressing. I can't listen to it very often. It's so depressing.
Your review is just, it's been quite bad lately.
Yeah, it's like up there with Hiding
so
Places.
True.
It's up there with Hiding Places. Like, Billy Woods makes these albums that's just like, get the fuck away from me.
There's not. I don't think there's a more prescient album that was released this year. And usually that can be used in like a, music critic type beat voice, but I really mean it from just an earnest perspective. Like, this is it's like a staggering. It's like
Let's just use the No Hard Feelings line a bunch. So for him to track listing, like he used it in I think a track called Washington Redskins, where it was like apartheid street names. Now you got skin in the game.
Man,
that is so fucking raw. This dude is the best rapper alive.
And he dropped Brass like 14 months before this or whatever the fuck. Like,
and he dropped an album right after it too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even. It's kind of remarkable, like the level of consistency. And like I said, I've said this years ago on the podcast that like up until Hiding Places, I really liked Billy Woods, but I didn't really return to a lot of the albums, even though I liked all the albums. But like Known Unknowns onward, I think he's been cooking. Like, this is about as high quality of a run as there's been in hip hop. Like, it's honestly fucking unbelievable. So yeah, I mean,
you gotta follow that one, man.
Beats, rhymes, and life.
Play the horn, bro.
Oh my fucking god! I listen to everything Billy puts out. I have for a long time. I started listening to him with History Was All Me. It's been a long time. God damn. Ethiopes feels like it's about 20 minutes long. which is incredible because it's a living hell. Like it really is.
Yeah, really, it's been pretty bad lately.
It's bad, and I didn't notice, but then he pointed out. Now it's just the glass broke. I can't not see it. Now it's just been awful.
That here, Mister.
Oh my God, this is such a well produced album. It's such a movie. It's such a movie. I get lost in this fucking album. I'm having a decent day, and then I put this album on, and I'm not anymore. Oh my God! I mean, I don't want to rap genius this shit. I really don't. We don't have time.
No, we don't have
time. It's just
rap genius a single thing this episode. I don't think.
No, and there's no point in doing it because I mean, just listen to the fucking album. I mean, this is one of the densest releases he's had, and yet at the same time, it feels like one of the more accessible ones too, because it's just such of a part. It's just so focused and so complete, and the transitions are so seamless. This is a fucking brilliant rap album. Like for real, like I don't know what else to say. Like if you're in this headspace, you're not getting any better than this. This is so polished and yet at the same time raw as fuck. Like I whatever I'm doing, this is the album that just takes me out of it. And I don't feel the same way after. And in a sense, it's unfortunate, but I've listened to it a lot though. I'm actually shocked by how much I've come back to this album because Billy Woods is not someone I listen to all the time, but when I do, it's like, well, who the fuck else am I going to listen to? This album is one of my favorites from him, easily. And I'm a big His Hero Was All Me guy. That was like an easy favorite when it came out. Today, I feel like he's topped it, and that's incredible. And I love that kind of arc. He's found a new way to be great. That's all I got to say about this album. It's amazing.
All right, Trav, you got the floor.
All right. My album of the year, I've listened to death. There's been so many goddamn long albums this year. I feel like any major artist had a long ass album this year. We just talked about Billy, but like Jesus Christ, there are a lot of doubles this year. And mine is Big Thief, Dragon New Warm Mountain. I believe in you. Yep. This is not only my favorite album of the year. I would say comfortably, this is in my top 100 all time. Any genre, I've listened to this so fucking much. And Jesus, I would say, first of all, I like Big Thief a lot, but they're one of those bands, I guess, like when we were talking about Alvvays, where it's like, yeah, they're good. Everything they do is good. Adrian Lenker is such a intuitive and just wonderfully emotive songwriter where like you just get absorbed into her world. But for whatever reason, as a band, other than like UFOF, I guess, there hasn't really been that one Big Thief album where I'm like, okay, this band is phenomenal, not just really good, right? And
I felt the same way.
Yeah.
Prior to this one too, I felt the exact same.
Yeah, a lot of people did, and like you can look at the ratings. Like this album is like a fucking revelation for a lot of people. And I guess I want to kind of take apart why I think that is, but yeah. This is really just a band finding themselves. And the thing about Big Thief is their music is really fucking sad. It's really heavy. This album isn't. And it's weird because like there are parts that are really, really heavy. I mean, the lyrics of Simulation Swarm, which is effectively about connecting with someone that you never really met, is very saddening. That song makes you cry every time. But like, across the album, it's so fucking loose. You have 80 minutes of material, 20 songs, and it feels like it's like a half hour long because all these tracks, they don't even blend together. It's not even like they blend. It's that they did such a brilliant job of punctuating all of the different ideas to where you never feel bored. There's country on here. There's weird experimental indie rock. There's like trip hop. Over the course of this album, you get all these different sounds. It's such a psychedelic experience, kind of like Man Plays the Horn, where the holistic experience of this album is like nothing they've ever done before. Although you can take tracks out, like Red Moon or whatever, that do sound like, okay, they could have done this before. Change is such a fucking basic song. It's so fucking basic, and yet followed up by Time Escaping, it's unbelievable. Like, how they even think to do this? It's like the floor opens up and they do something they've never done before with this just bizarre percussive track. That's honestly one of the greatest things they've ever made, but it also is totally fresh. the production on here is so good because it's not like it's like one sound throughout. It's hazy, it's psychedelic, it's bare bones, it's gritty, and it manages to take all these different vibes across the whole album and spread them out so you're never bored. I mean, Little Things sounds like it was recorded with one mic. And yet there are songs like Change that sound completely bare bones, just like right into the mixing deck, bare. And they're like 6 tracks apart. And the way like the lesser songs, the ones that are like shorter, are weaved in between these huge, massive tracks, like Flower of Blood, which is easily one of the heaviest things they've ever done. With Heavy Bend in between Little Things is so cool because now Heavy Bend sounds better. It's like this completely new, fresh idea. And just, oh my God, it's such a great album because it's an album experience. It's not just 20 great songs, which it is. You know, somehow there's 20 songs, they're all great, but they're spread out effectively over 80 minutes to where, yeah, I totally get why this is an 80-minute long album and all of it's great. And yet this band that was very serious and very like, oh, like, everything's miserable, somehow they managed to have fun. Like Blue Lightning closing the album. Like, where did that come from? This is a band that has totally transformed themselves with this album and given us something fresh. And like, oh, like it's the new Tusk, you know, it's the new White Album, you know, it's whatever. But ultimately, it's like a expression of what they did well, but even more, and with so much more humor and dimension. I think it's a masterpiece, and I've listened to it to death. Can't recommend it enough. 10 out of 10. Would do it again. That's all I gotta say.
I thought it was like lovingly cozy. You know, I don't want to reduce it to like a dumb term like that, but it was very easy to kind of sink into. Sort of a similar concept, very different album. Hear me out. Okay. Similar to that Cities of Eve record, where it's very easy to sink into and get wrapped up in, you know, the like mostly simple, familiar Americana-esque like indie folk, you know, arrangements and songs. But it's like just really very beautiful music, and it doesn't ever feel like it's like, you know, meandering too long. Whereas if you're assuming you're on the wavelength of the album, you're going to be with it for the duration of it. And I listened to it, I came to it way late. Might be disrespectful. I came to it because I saw it in everybody's year-end list, and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot they put out an album this year. So a little disrespectful, I understand. But earned all the praise. Didn't expect to have the reaction to it that I did, but I definitely spun it a couple times in the same day, like the first time I heard it. And no, it's stuck with me. It has been saved. I've been listening to it intermittently over the last month, so I'm glad that you were able to like talk about it so eloquently, being that it's, you know, one of your favorite albums. It's a 5-star album, and that's fucking amazing. So yeah, man, like I thought it was great, and I agree with you. I think the sequencing is about as good as you can get an album like this. Like, it never feels like I'm jarring or whatever. I'm just the music is at a piece with itself. You know, the vibe is consistent for the duration of the album, and like I like that there's only a couple of like minor turns here and there. You just kind of feel like you're gliding. I thought Cosmea Grema had a good review that talked about that short and sweet, but just like you're on like a long tractor ride through the gentle countryside. It's good. It's good imagery.
Okay, all right.
Good imagery. You know, shout out to Cosmea.
Shouts to the imagery.
Oh my God! Yeah, I don't want to keep you guys forever. All
right. Yeah. All right. At this point. All right. You know.
Check it out, Pat. But go to bed.
Yeah. He's
go to bed and then check out. Because it's fucking 11:30 where you are.
But thank you for, as always, for coming on, Trav.
Thank you for having me.
We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you if you've made it this far in the episode.
end on for the, country new road than to check it out on your tractor. Go to bed.
Don't sleep on your tractor while you're riding.
Exactly. As you guys can tell, listeners, it is pretty late, but we appreciate it.
Rest in peace to Gangsta Boo. We are living off borrowed time. Travis, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Peace out. Our outro music is technically paced by Ken Kick.
It ain't gonna never stop. 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 It ain't gonna never stop.
Time will tell. Time is yet to be conquered by man. But when the time is right, perhaps the greatest revelation of all time will dawn upon us.